Howdy, friends, to whoever has jumped in and is watching. At the moment, there is a bug affecting most of the people that play, so they can't get in via Steam. So I'm going to do a circuit of the job boards just to see if there's any nitro jobs floating among the boards from people that did get in, because there's only about 50 of us, which is a little low for right now. And then I'm probably going to go back to Thieves and swap characters for a bit, because a quieter server feels like a good time to actually bring George in. George Grimmond, who wants to be a lawman one day. He's a big, kind of slow fellow most of the time, but it's because he's from Northern Ireland and would have grown up on a farm just outside Belfast, so there's no reason to be particularly speedy going anywhere. You're no bear, and that's preferable. This route will take us past rigs, which will mean I can check telegrams. Not gonna bother with the pomade yet. There could be a cougar here. I guess I have no telegrams right now. Oh, just kidding. Hello, my friend. How to do, friends? Apparently there's a red M bug at the moment that is affecting anybody that loads in via Steam. Although there are workarounds. I didn't feel like doing a workaround. I just got the Rockstar copy because... yeah. I've done so much troubleshooting trying to get this computer to work because of a failing PCIe slot with a crashing GPU that it's just sometimes not worth it when it's $20. Because I know eventually I'm going to have to replace the entire motherboard and probably core. But easy to just go Rockstar Launcher and grab it that way. So we're checking job boards because if people can't get on, maybe there's a Nitro job somewhere. I don't think it's likely, but it might be. Nitro jobs are obnoxiously hard to come by these days. Used to be that you'd see them occasionally. Now I don't know the last time I actually saw one. Oof. I remember what it was for. It was for raw rubies. Which are a pain to come by. Not impossible, but a pain. We're playing Abdul for now. Abdul-Qadir. And then in a bit, I may actually load up George Grimmond, who has not been here at all. I made the character and then just kind of let him sit for a while. Because he's sort of intended maybe eventually to be law. But he's a farm boy from just outside Belfast in Northern Ireland. So was waiting for an excuse to kind of bring him in, and a day where there's not a whole ton of people in yet, for Abdul to be able to ply his trade is probably a good one, especially considering Abdul's running around with a leg brace on from a broken leg the other day, which just basically means I've restricted myself to I can't sprint with him. Actually, which is I'll just set his movement speed at 99 actually, Because you can't sprint unless it's 100, so, but 99 is probably close enough that it's not really a noticeable difference. By the way, if you are watching the stream, thank you. If you want to weigh in chat, please do. It makes the streams so much more interesting, because then I have somebody to talk to besides myself. Especially in these earlier hours when there's not as many people around just yet. I spent today figuring out the rest of Abdul's name. Because I am a white American guy who really enjoys different cultures, but oftentimes doesn't know a whole lot about them. And Arabic nomenclature, specifically with the way that they do their naming convention culturally, was a complete mystery to me. So I actually looked it up while I was at work and discovered the way that they usually do things is the name of the person, the name of their father, the name of their grandfather, and then their kind of tribe name, but also not exactly tribe name. So we actually finally sat down and were able to iron out what that name is. Abdul-Qadir is a typically either hyphenated or just all one word. And I sort of treated it as first and last name when I made the character, because there's only 2 slots for names. And they won't let you do hyphens in there. So I just said, fine, it'll be Abdul-Qadir, because that'll communicate if he ever winds up in a situation. Ooh, somebody's here. Man, how mean would it be to just steal a wagon? That's the door. Wow, this one's empty. Sheesh. Is there anything in the wagon? No. Hello, my friend. I was concerned that someone perhaps had a headache, and I wanted to make sure that the things were all right.
Right, yeah. Maybe check the cabin. You know.
Sure.
How you doing, anyways?
Doing just fine. How are all of you?
Yeah, not too bad.
Very good, very
Been
good.
up to much today?
No, I've only just woken up not all that long ago.
Oh, yeah. It's just been a busy day riding here, riding there.
Very good, very good.
No, busy day, but a quiet day.
Yes, I wondered.
Yep.
Well, be well, my friends.
Yeah, you as well.
Yeah, y'all. They're lucky I'm not playing an actual outlaw, because if I was, they didn't leave anybody watching that wagon. I would have just hopped off the horse, fled the horse, and then taken the wagon into Valentine, and nobody's the wiser. Because it's not far, and I know how to get there. And they even backed it in. But we're gonna do George in a while, potentially, as long as people aren't around. Because if people are, then there's actually somebody to do stuff with. And I just got a telegram from someone. So, of the people I've telegrammed so far, it could be Marshall, because Marshall obviously sent a telegram today. Could be Hades. if she got on. It could be Runa. Might even be Mr. Winston, I don't really know. Well, I mean, we're just going around looking at the job boards to see if there's anything available. It doesn't really seem like there is right now. Just kind of wild. Ah. Yeah, okay, so they were in Valentine, and then now they're in Armadillo. But that ugh. Somebody nicks your wagon, though. That's the last time you ever leave the wagon unattended. That's definitely for sure. One of the interesting side effects of this is I've seen more people chatting in the official WildRP Discord just trying to like solve things than I've actually like normally seen. And a lot of them are people that I actually have like run into in the game, which is really interesting. Or that I know from the streaming community. Wow. Okay, yeah, sure. Don't jump, horse. That was... what a joke. I'm annoyed by that. Oh, they're all wild horses. Okay. Yep, nothing there. So we're gonna go to Lemoyne. And I assume this one will have... like... it's a little bit frustrating that people just pick over the job board. Like, there's still a game mechanic aspect to things. And unfortunately, one of the pieces of that is we don't necessarily want everybody to be able to make nitro into dynamite by just knowing how, because if they do, then they'll all go for nitro constantly. And you wind up with a whole server full of outlaws trying to make dynamite so they can go rob banks instead of a select couple of people knowing how. Bye, horse. I don't know, it's tricky. Because by the same token, you also don't want to monopolize something like that. Because then it's not fair to anybody. Why put the jobs up if only one person can translate it into what everybody needs to go do banks? So we're gonna make George, or we're gonna bring George in. Oh, there's a person. Yep, and this one is picked over too. Sheesh. Well, we're gonna go back to Emerald. We're gonna scoop wheat for a minute. And then go back to Thieves. I'm gonna do 120 because that's 6 jars of mash. And then we're gonna switch to George and probably bring George in an Emerald, maybe. Because George needs a big strong boy horse. And eventually we'll need some guns, but guns are slightly less important for him. Yeah, not a whole ton of people in right now. Which could be good, could be bad. I don't know. Still enough people that they can pick over boards, though. We're doing this, and then we're gonna get George in, and George is actually gonna like just do some work, sock some stuff away in the bank. I think I don't have anything on my horse, so if I can do 8 stacks, that's even quicker. Because then that's 12 bottles. Yeah, I should be able to do that. Come on. Sometimes it gets stuck. Because it notes that you've like tried to do the animation, but also for some reason the animation doesn't go off, so it just sticks you in the middle not doing anything. And it seems to mostly happen when you're trying to gather something. Like I first noticed it because of oranges over in Lemoyne at the orange farm, I guess. But I'm excited. I was talking about the naming convention earlier. The player for Svensson, who we met yesterday, who is technically one of Abdul's brothers, because Abdul's sister is Hades now, which means all of her family comes along with it. Is actually Egyptian in real life, which is awesome. And I had actually been interacting with Z before, just to like find out what, if anything, people taught about this particular era of history. Which I found out was not much. Which is too bad. Because there's a lot of really interesting stuff happening. Oh, and I need to send Tutuman a whisper. To go, hey, I got the name. Speaking of which, I need to write it down. It's a nice long name, too. So I'm excited about it. I like briefly saw a crazy eagle in my viewers. And I meant to say, just a really particularly cool thing that I took away from his stream on his birthday. Because he was talking about playing an indigenous character as not someone who is of indigenous descent. Like, an important thing is just don't stereotype. Which is huge, because it's so easy to... it's so easy to stereotype when all you've really experienced is... a lot of times, media's portrayals. Which I'm pretty sure most of the only Egyptian portrayals I've ever seen are from, like, I don't know, an Indiana Jones movie. And a lot of those actors aren't necessarily actually Egyptian. Like, I think John Rhys Davies, who played Gimli in Lord of the Rings, was in one of those movies playing an Egyptian guy. And he's not Egyptian. But I mean, it really stuck with me because we got sassed the other day by a guy who was clearly trying to play an Italian character. And I actually am of Sicilian descent. And the stereotypical way that he actually played the character in just the interacting with me was so incredibly, like, I don't want to say annoying exactly, but it was. Like, it was, and it was because I knew it was just a stereotype of an Italian guy, and that was just the way that he was doing it. Very, like, pseudo-mafia, like, oh, you don't know this thing, so you're not useful to me. It was tough. I actually, like, almost got mad at him. Which wouldn't have done any good, but... I'm also doing things in character, and it's not like an Egyptian guy who is hamming up that part of his culture so as not to kind of out himself as actually being English. Has a lot of room to, like, yell at a different immigrant. And it's tricky. Because it's also not really the way that you want to go about things. I'll probably never ever play a Italian character on here. I just am not particularly interested. Somebody, yep, right there. Okay. Like, I feel like this time period in particular, because this isn't terribly long after the Gold Rush, I always got a feeling that there was way more Irish and Chinese that came into the country at this time, rather than Italians, even though I know, like, there's little Italies all over the place, and they're there for a reason. Same reason that there's, like, Chinatowns and so forth. Polish hills and whatnot. I lived in Pittsburgh for a while. Pittsburgh has a Polish hill and a little Italy and a Germantown and, like, all kinds of stuff. And it's great now because it's all about heritage and stuff. But then you think about the fact that, like, the reason they existed is because the European folks that lived there already were kind of like, nah, you can go be with your own people. And to some extent, the immigrants were all very much like, yeah, we kind of want to be with our own people because you all are strange. Like, yeah, America's known for being a melting pot, but, like, there's a certain point of view where it's like we haven't done a fantastic job of actually being, like, a good melding pot. Which is interesting to think about. And leads to it being really interesting when, like, there's Z playing Sven and me playing Abdul. Or Nas playing Benji. Nas is Arabic. I've heard. Benji's very much not Arabic. Or, like, all the different folks from other countries playing characters from different countries. Whether that's somebody from the UK playing an American, or somebody from the UK playing somebody that's French, or somebody that is from America playing, I don't know, an Aussie or whatever. It's just interesting. The like lesson of the day for me is just respect. Treat your character as a real person, not a cartoon version of a culture, I guess. Which is sort of paraphrasing, I think, what Crazy Eagle said. But then again, it's been like 2 weeks. Maybe not even. That might be shorter than that. Oh, man. We're doing this. We're going to check the Telegram office. We are going to go to Thieves. And then we're going to pull out George, I think. And just kind of see how things will be. George will be interesting. He'll rock a Schofield. Primarily so that I can get used to a Schofield. Because Schofields are the law weapon of choice as far as I'm aware. Let's see. Yeah, right past rigs if we go that way. It's fun. You can't, nope. You can't sprint. Because I turned the movement speed down. see. Yeah. So according to users in chat, it says Denny is in here. Which, if you are, hello, my friend. And also somebody named Ammo Glitter who followed me, I think, like pretty close to right before I streamed, or maybe really early on in the stream. I don't know. It just tells me it was an hour ago, and I only got online like 55 minutes ago. So regardless, if you are here, thank you for the follow.
Oh, come on.
And anybody else watching. Once again, stream gets more interesting if there are more people interacting, chatting about stuff and so forth. I need to figure out how to program in sound alerts and stuff, because I have a fantastic idea for one. But it's going to be real specific. Actually, I have two ideas for them. One of them is called Death Touch, and the other one is called Hades WTF. The Hades WTF, I think, is really funny. Nobody in Limpany. Or why would there be? Man, Balatro's great. It's real cool. I have it on my my Steam wish list because it's a thing. Like, I'm not really a card gamer, or at least not that type of card game. I like the idea of the thing that I love the idea of is all the random cards that you can like add in to increase stuff. I have a friend who also streams who plays Balatro and really likes it. So I've seen him play it a fair amount, but yeah, no, it's fantastic. And yeah, I mean, I don't mean to call anybody out so much as like, hey, it's more interesting if I know that you're here. Yeah, thank you so much. Hex stuff is really cool. I was pretty stoked to actually run into her in character because a different friend of mine who is a Red Dead Online freak to the point of like she's downloaded mods so that she can play it by herself because she doesn't really want to play it with other people. She just wants to ride around and do whatever. One of Hex Stuff's TikToks came across her feed. It was the conversation that she was having with Pavel, and then Pavel stabbed her. So I was like, oh, that's Pavel. I remember. Wait, was this the girl that he stabbed? Because I heard about it like the next day. He was like, I stabbed you and all this stuff, and was like furious with her down at the Armadillo train station. And so I had seen her like a month ago, and she just hadn't been around or had been in Coulter or something like that. And then it was just cool to then spend pretty much an entire day Friday role-playing with her and with a bunch of people that I normally role-play with, but in a context of like, we are just, this is what we're doing. We're just walking around with her. We're doing roleplay stuff with her. We're teaching her how to do things. It was super cool. I enjoy kind of having something of a role of like introducing new people into the crossing, because it's a great space, and I enjoyed doing voices and kind of having an idea for a character and role-playing with people and allowing the role-play to actually interact with the way the character is. just as like a point of example, like Abdul wound up in Thieves Landing because of a run-in with Jesse Gold and Pavel Boris. And then Pavel wound up just watching over Thieves for a while and took Abdul out to do his first couple like criminal things. And because of the way those went and conversations that Abdul had with other people, Abdul wound up being way more neutrally oriented than actually criminally oriented, which is very different from how I had initially conceived of Abdul. Where Abdul has like this double sort of persona thing where he's like, I'm English, but I'm also Egyptian, even though I don't really know a lot about my Egyptian heritage. But there are way more English people here in the crossing than there seem to be Egyptians, so I can disarm people by coming off as Egyptian. And, you know, they've never met an Egyptian before. They don't know what to expect. So we're just going to interact with them and not get robbed, hopefully. And because of those interactions, Abdul started talking more to neutral people, like Quentin Huxley and Julian and Hades, who's now our sister, and wound up not going in a criminal direction at all when Pavel kind of like picked up roots and left to kind of go start doing a whole thing. Like Abdul just got left behind. Never like got invited to maybe do a bank job once, and just the people that did it, like he was like, no, and then they didn't follow up afterward. So he just kind of got left behind, and they just didn't bring him along. He never got involved in that stuff. As far as I know, Abdul has no criminal record, even though we've run a lot of moonshine. And we sort of factor as just a fence for people, which is great. It's a totally different direction I thought was going to happen to the character. So, thank you for the follow, Nadha. Nadha? I don't know. Regardless, thank you. I don't need that. That's not why I'm in here. I'm in here to take bullets. Just because. Abdul is a character that when he comes into situations or being around things, he sees the monetary value in stuff. It's a lot of his father, Stefan's influence, or Mustafa. Mustafa is his father's like actual Arabic or Egyptian name, and then because he grew up in England, Stefan would have been the name that his father actually used. But his father was kind of a business guy who would turn people into numbers to some extent, and burned a lot of bridges in Egypt because he worked for the Ottoman Empire and the British Empire right before Egyptians got really fed up with their presence and had a revolt. So they left. Stefan took his wife and left for England. Man, even fewer now. We could do the Sea of Coronado one. Took his family and went to England and raised his son as an Englishman, as a Brit, with very, very little actual Muslim anything, and then drank himself into an early grave because he was so guilty over the way that he treated his fellow countrymen. Yeah, we're just gonna leave this here. Nope, that's not what I wanted to do. We're gonna flee you and pop over to my other character because that's what I said I was gonna do, and I'm gonna hold myself to it. This is a good excuse, I think, to bring George in. I haven't done a lot of anything with George. I have made the character, and that's it. So we're kind of in the very early stage of who George is. Whoops, did not mean to do that. I quit the whole way out instead of relogging. Oopsies. Although it did let me actually look. There's only 44 people in right now of 192. It's low. Like I said earlier, there's a bug because Rockstar updated the game, and for some reason Red M now only works with Rockstar Launcher, not Steam, not Epic, not other things. But yeah, real interesting. George is interesting to me because I can't figure out if I want him to be law or a hardened criminal. I think I lean a little bit more towards law, just because he's a big dude, and I think he can take damage. And pacing is real important to that kind of character. This is good because it actually lets me think and talk. That's nice. But George is Northern Irish, so it's an accent that I've not really heard in the crossing among players, because it's a stranger accent. That's a little bit of a blending between Irish and Scottish, but also is its own thing. And I don't actually know when the Northern Irish accent would have taken off as its own thing. Ulster English. Ooh, that's actually exactly what we wanted. Yeah, he'll be from Carrickfergus. Or maybe Newton Crumlin or something. So I just want to intentionally do like a non-normal Irish. Because a lot of people have just done Irish. Or are we in a loop? We might be in a loop. Yeah, I have a really musical ear and I really like doing accents. We're gonna try this. Oh, nope, it's just frozen. Cool. Because it doesn't. Interesting. Turns out I should not have done it this way. Close. Nope. We're running into some issues here. We need to close Red M, and I don't know if I'll be able to. No, it's happening to something's happening to all of us. And it's just tricky. I don't know. If I close WildRP, yeah, that doesn't do anything either. Hmm. Interesting. And not so good. Yeah, I have a musical ear. I really love doing accents. They're fascinating to me. And from time to time, actually, the accent has kind of... Ooh, there it is now. Cool. So we can end it finally. There we go. All right, let's try this again. I lived in the UK, specifically in Northern Ireland, for almost maybe it was a little bit over 3 months, in 2012. So 12 years ago now, with a cousin of mine, and we both just enjoy accents. Enjoy them a lot, and for me at least, living there in the midst of an accent is really cool, because you can learn an accent by submersion rather than just like listening to it and trying to mimic it. This is basically my native accent. My native accent is a really flat American accent, largely because of where I was born. I'm originally from the Washington, D.C. area of the United States. So it's kind of a mixing pot of American accents, because you have a lot of military people that come through and a lot of government people that come through. And they're not there for very long. Usually it's like 4 to 12 years, with the average being about 8. Valentine is pretty close to Emerald. Valentine makes sense. We'll probably do that one. Tumbleweed is way out there. Oh, you can start in Sisika. That's cool. Yeah, it's neutrally American. Which means it's actually really easy to color my natural accent with a lot of other accents, which is fantastic. Let's see, we have a bunch of stuff for this guy, but we haven't actually done... This is the first time he's even been here. Yeah, so I mean, East Coast neutral. He is just a big freaking dude. My goodness. East Coast neutral, really easy to color with other accents. So the two characters I have on here, other than this character, are Robert Norton Moody, who is Robert Norton is loosely based on a distant, I suppose, like a I suppose he's a great grandfather, and it's not so different from mine, but it's a little bit southern, and I've been trying to figure out how to work in a couple of specific vowel sounds. The one in particular being pleasure, the sort of long A sound that's in there. That's a very Kansian sort of thing, Kansas or Vermont. Just kind of a nod to one of my grandfathers. It's not also different from my actual accent, just with a little bit more of a drawl. And I'm still figuring out that one exactly. It's a little bit lower, I think, normally in register. than I typically would talk. And then Abdul, who is the character I was just playing, is either an Arabic thing. Hello, my friends. Very good to see you. How can I help you today, etc. Or he's a bit more British. He's a bit more British, a little bit. He's on the more educated side of things. I tend to overpronounce consonants and so forth. Just sort of as a side effect of him being an educated fellow, which is part of what makes it very easy to switch back and forth. He didn't really talk much because there's not a whole lot of people in at the moment. Valentine is usually much busier than this. And then George is going to be a whole different challenge because George is Northern Irish. And is intentionally a bit slower in terms of his speech. So George is a bit more precise in terms of how he talks and thinks. Goes about things a little bit slower. Well, Indian is a different thing entirely too. And some of that is just I don't want to straight up do an Egyptian because it's a very specific accent that I've not spent any time in. Where they don't do that. Stop it. It's very specific. Not one that I want to make fun of. But there's a feeling that you would. If we do 56 is 560 leaves me enough for a horse. Yeah. That's fine. And we're basically going to go to Emerald. Please load the weapon. That guy looks drunk. Oh, weird. It stayed back there. Indian to my ear sounds way more musical. And Arabic. Well, it's not supposed to be a good Arabic accent. Which is maybe part of why it doesn't sound great. Most of the couple of people that are of Egyptian descent who have popped into my chat to listen to some stuff have at least appreciated me trying to do something, which is cool. I don't want to do something from the perspective of I'm making fun of it. I could do an Ardennes eventually. I want a chunky horse. Or a big one. That might make sense. Hungarian, yeah, they're expensive, but that's also me trying to pull the accent out of nowhere without having somebody to actually talk to. It's much easier, in my experience, to be in an accent using an accent with somebody else that you can kind of bounce. Yeah, I mean, it was a couple seconds. I absolutely do not blame you for hearing Indian. I wouldn't want to do Indian in this. Like, you could. But I just wouldn't want to. Oh, that's a big dude. My gosh. What do you mean tell you about the horses? My friend that knows anything about the horses is unfortunately not here at the moment. She's probably still at work. I have a friend who grew up in Texas who a couple streams back on Abdul no, we'll allow that. No, please do not just shut up again. I appreciate having people in chat to chat about stuff with, especially when I'm like running out to Emerald Ranch, because it's a ways to actually go do some stuff. Clenchy, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it very much. Welcome in. What do you want to know about the horses? There's an interesting tweak that is done because this is a Red M server. All of the horses are, at least the ones that you can get from, say, the stable back there. All the horses are by default at their highest possible level of... Oh, yeah, no, for sure. Definitely you should apply. It's a great community. I love being in it. This is a brand new character, in fact. You start with $80. I spent 24 of it on the Cattleman Revolver, which I am going to get rid of once I have more money. And $5.60 on bullets for it, which hopefully I'm not real going to need the gun anytime soon, but I'd rather have it and not need it than need it and not have it. In terms of horses, I was thinking about there's 3 options that are $40, which I have $50.40. It costs $10 to customize a horse. It would, as if you're playing a civilian character, you get a passive income of like $3 every so often. It's the perfect amount to make sure that you can get food, which are the... So I got 5 dials underneath that W on my screen, which is concealing the compass, because the compass isn't super important. The 2 on the left are my health and my stamina, represented by the heart and the lightning bolt respectively, and then the middle one and the one to the right of that are an apple and a droplet of water. That's food and drink, basically. And then the one on the right of that is the only one I have any actual control over. That's the level of my microphone with my TeamSpeak. So there's 4 levels. You got a whisper, normal talking, yelling, and shouting. I usually leave it on yelling just because you can talk to somebody who's a little bit farther away than you can normally. But part of what I'm thinking about with this character is he's a bigger dude, just physically. He just is kind of a big guy. That's intentional. And I'm going to probably even go in and try to make him a little bit bigger, because I've seen some guys that have managed to like make not quite giants, but pretty sizable people in the game. The 10-ton gang is that way. So some of what I'm thinking is like I want a bigger horse eventually. Something that can take his weight, quote unquote. I don't want to be looking at like a little horse, for fear of he'll like break somebody's something's back simply by sitting on it. So George will probably never ever ride a mule anywhere because they're very small by comparison. That's just a normal person. But all three of the starting $40 horses are smaller, which is the main reason I didn't really take too long to actually look at horses. Ultimately, stats aren't super important right now. They may be at some point. And like, yeah, certain horses supposedly can take more damage, or they're slightly better around wild animals, or can sprint for a longer distance in theory. In actuality, it's like they can sprint for a second longer. A friend of mine named Tanixian, who sometimes streams this or other Red M servers, has actually gone into some fairly in-depth detail on the particulars of the mechanics. So a lot of the horses in normal Red Dead, horses have like a affection meter. Like, the longer you spend with them, you brush them, you feed them, etc., the more they like you, and the better their stats are as a result. We do not want to leave. We want to stay here. We're going to do this one. Manure, chickens, hay, crops, sheep. Okay, so this is just a little bit of everything. That's fine. We're going to do the... Oh, it's not quite. There's no milk. We're going to do the annoying walk-around one first. Yeah, so there is no bonding process in Red M. The horses that you buy from the stable are just immediately at that highest bonding point. So their stats are all roughly the same as though you'd spent a while with the horse. Wild horses still work normally, quote unquote. This is probably going in that barn. And definitely stick around, because one of the things that I'm gonna be doing, like, pretty much off the bat, once I actually have completed these chores, is getting an actual horse. Because it doesn't make sense to be in a cowboy game, in my opinion, and not have a horse. There's good reason to roleplay it if you wanted to, like, start in Saint Denis or something, but obviously we did not do that, and we don't plan to do that. So yeah, you start... Basically, if you buy a horse, it is automatically fully bonded. That's just the way it goes. I think it's a side effect of how they've done things from the mod perspective. Yep, right there. That's exactly what I figured. And then the saddle and the stirrups and the saddle horn are pretty much just a visual aesthetic. There's not a lot of special stuff with it. So there's a cow. I think they're mostly cows in there. I'm just paying attention to that because the bulls will try and gore you, and I don't currently have the money for, like, bandages. Okay, it's going over there. Yeah, so a lot of it is just visual. What horse do you like? They may change something to do with that in the future, but at this point, there is no difference between a $40 horse and a $1,900 horse. At least not noticeably different. Every time somebody brings this up around Tanixian's characters, he kind of, like, will hop onto his soapbox and kind of get annoyed, which is very funny to have happen. I've actually seen him race a $40 Morgan against a almost $2,000 Hungarian half-bred that belonged to my friend Cecil. And it was so close that it was hard to actually tell whether one of them had, like, lost, quote unquote. It was just super duper similar the whole way. They were so close that it just wasn't even really a discussion. And we want to get out of here, goat. Thank you. So I did that for a reason. I know it looks like I was just being mean to a goat. Wow. Just kill me, why don't you? Interesting. That's never happened. That bull has never come into there. And we're gonna... yeah, a little bit. A little bit. This is tricky now. Now we have to try and get him out of the... now we have to try and get him out of there without letting him hit me. Because if he hits me again, I'm going to be dead. Low-level stuff is so freaky sometimes. Hey, buddy. You want to come out? I know you do. Yep. Bye-bye. Stressful. My gosh. Because the goat isn't going to hurt me, but the goat is a problem sometimes. And we just want to do this and, like... Come on, chickens, wherever you are. Now we're going to have the game basically, like, realize somebody's trying to feed the chickens. Farm chores are interesting. There we go. We got at least one. So if you have goats in here while you try to feed chickens, sometimes the goats will just decide they want to come over and try and ram you, which can knock you down and make you drop the seed. So I was just gonna smack him to get him out. Little did I know that, yeah, the goat would call for help. Not fun. There we go. Now we got all of them, I think. Feeding chickens is tricky because chickens will get spooked by anything and everything. Whether that's you, another animal, a horse walking past. It's one of the jobs that if I'm doing farm chores, I want to try and do first. Usually followed by the bales of hay, although I'll flip-flop that depending. because the bales of hay can be annoying to simply have to walk around all the time and do. I know, I see you. I'm sorry I hit you in the butt. You ever heard the story of the 3 billy goats, Gruff? See, they got so close now that it, like, spooked all the chickens. And we have to do this so that 2 of them will get interested, hopefully. That was very much the older brother, Billy Goat, Gruff, getting called in. Alright, are you gonna... No, it doesn't look like you are. Okay. Yeah, they're not only friends, they're homies. But yeah, you should totally apply. Like I said, I have 3 characters. One of them I think is destined for mostly medical RP, but I have to actually decide I want to do medical. Otherwise, he's just maybe randomly going to be a civilian. George is a character who is probably going to wind up in law or maybe just friendly with everybody who are law. Abdul, who is technically my main character, the guy in the nice gray suit in a lot of my other VODs, is a criminal adjacent character. I say criminal adjacent because he is technically a criminal. He does illegal things, but he's not a violent criminal, and he's never gotten in trouble for anything criminally related, as far as I'm aware. I don't even think he's ever had anything like pinned on him in the crossing. And his goal is just to mostly remain neutral with basically everybody. So he's friends with as many people as possible. I don't intend George to be friends with many outlaws. Or any outlaws. Come on, chicken. There we go. Of course, I walked towards the one that was gonna... It's so tricky. No. Okay, they're going away. That's fine. How's Balatro, Ammo? You doing well? We're at 3 of 5. This is also going to be the tricky one because this job is worth like 145, which is really good, but it's a lot. You went the wrong way, my chicken friend. Oh, and now we move. Not that way. So a lot of what I'm actually doing with this is just tricking the AI into going, oh yeah, there's a clear path to this thing. and there's nobody around that is a problem for this thing. And somebody just came through on a horse, probably, which is why the chickens are freaking out now. Yep. So it's just a lot of, like, patience and trying to get the computer to reset. Oh, there it goes. So it's just a lot of throwing the seed and then trying to get out of the way. Good ammo. Yeah, you can only accept one job at a time, whether that's a chore or something off of a job board. However, unless it's a timed job, it'll just sit there indefinitely unless you abandon it. Here. Right here. Which I can do, but if you abandon a job without completing it, you will, for 30 minutes, be unable to take another one. Which is not always a problem. For some people, that's ample time to go RP somewhere or travel or whatever you're going to do. But at least where ranch work is concerned, dropping the job at whatever mark you're at means you have to wait or go do something else for like a half hour. Which at this early stage is not gonna be fun, because I don't really have money, and I'd be probably just running all the way back to Valentine, which I don't want to do until I have a horse. Although now I may have to, simply because I need bandages. It was kind of funny watching Denny try to do this for the first time. Okay, here we go. Ready? Dumb time number 2. Why do you go that way? Nope. You cannot eat to heal. You can eat to refill your food bar, but not to heal. It's a little bit different. This is the next one to do, because this one is going to take forever. And most likely at a certain point the character model will decide to start dropping the pitchfork. It's a lot of fun in character trying to explain chores. And all the little dinky things that can go wrong with them. The pitchfork one being that your character just gets tired and you don't feel like carrying the pitchfork anymore.
Days get longer and longer.
Yeah, no, because of the way that this is actually good if you are planning on applying. If you run out of your health, the only way to restore it, aside from that little flashing boost that you'll get kind of the first time you get really injured, And even then, like, you can see how far mine is right now. That's the extent of how far it will heal naturally. The only way to boost that is actually with, like, bandages or other healing items. Bandages are the only ones that I really know of. Though I imagine there's, like, a tonic you could drink if you knew how to make it. Nope. Come on. That is why I hit the goat to begin with. Because he'll run over and knock you down, and it doesn't matter as much doing manure, because I just have to go get the thing again and then whatever. But oh, why is it out there? But if you're doing it with chickens and he knocks you over while you're trying to feed chickens, he just ran over the goat. If you do it while trying to feed chickens and you have like an almost full gauge for feeding chickens and the goat knocks you over with a headbutt, you lose that entire gauge and you have to redo it. Oh, come on. Okay, I thought he was going to try and ram me. I didn't want him to just... I can see you thinking about it, dude.
There's no reason for you to be here.
Sir, I'm being paid to be
I
here.
don't need to quarrel with the likes of you. What's your problem?
I have no problem. My problem might be
Need to
you
quarrel with the
eventually.
likes of you.
Yikes. See, now the bull's just being a dick to be a dick. That's why I was gonna slap him in the butt to make sure he left. Nope. I am significantly more maneuverable than you. This is honestly the way that people deal with the bull, though. Run up behind him and just kick him. Try to get him to leave. But if you do go down, you either need to wait for a ranger to come by, or a random other person who has med supplies on them, so that they can actually like pick you up, or you can eventually call for help. Wow, okay. Just drop the pitchfork. Cool. Stop it. That's right. Get out of here. No, not turn around. Get out of here. Yeah, so they basically just go around trying to figure out where people are that have gone down. The real disappointing thing with ranger streams generally is like if you ever watch one for a long time, most of the places they go and check are from like wild animal deaths or downings, I suppose, which is fine. Like, they happen a lot, but every once in a while stuff will happen that's not related to that, like somebody falls off of a cliff, and it's real easy for them to just kind of like give up on things. So I've just learned to like try and pay attention to the bull. It's nice that there's only one right now, because normally there's two and they're both annoying to deal with. We're probably gonna do 3 more of these, so we're at 20, and then we'll go do something else. I do not like getting this close. Oh, he's fine. Nope. Stop it. I'm not even wearing red. I'm wearing black on purpose. Nope, nope, nope. No. I do not like the bull. I've said this, but I do not like the bull. It absolutely takes skill. The funny thing to me is when somebody stumbles across you that wasn't even looking for you. They just happen to come along and there you are. Which happened the other day on Abdul. That was entertaining. Stop it. You're lucky I'm not a bad character. I'd just shoot you. I don't like your attitude, Mr. Bull. And now we're just gonna not worry about him for a little while. Yeah, it definitely depends on the ranger. I had one day that a cougar near Kerrigan Ranch downed me. Like, I got tossed off my horse and then the cougar was right on me. Yeah, that's also true. But the rough thing with that is that it means if they don't get one, they'll just give up after a little while. They'll check all the places, and if you're not in one of those places that they would normally expect you to be in, then they'll assume, oh, they must have found this person. Or they must have gotten up. It's fine. So it's tricky. Because if that doesn't happen, and you just know that you're there, it can be really bad. I think we have, yeah, we have a big coat. We have a poncho, which just also makes him look bigger. We got a big coat. Everything's just designed to kind of make him look larger than life. Some work gloves. I should have been wearing those. So the way that it works once you get downed, you can, after 5 minutes, you can, quote, call for help, which just basically means like the locals are like, hey, somebody's down in this area. It's not very specific, but it is convenient in terms of them being able to sort of locate where somebody is. Unless you're like right outside of an area, in which case it's not super helpful at all. But if you log out or get logged out and come back in, yeah, you can send another tip. If you wait, I think it's like 15 minutes without somebody finding you, you get the option of recovering at a local shelter, which is basically like a full respawn, except the people that take you to the local shelter take your stuff. Basically, it's like a punishment for if you die and decide you just want to respawn instead of whatever. Making sure that you actually like have a consequence for it versus potentially lying there and getting to roleplay with folks. Now we got 8 people watching. That's dope. As I have said to some of the folks that are here already, feel free to chime in and chat because the stream is more interesting the more people are actually talking. Hello, RC. Tennessee Walker. But yeah. Farm chores are a solid way to start with a new character because they're decently high level of money. And you're just doing stuff around one area. And they're usually not terribly hard to figure out. We're going to do this because this one's going to be difficult next. Sheep are the next most annoying. We're going to save crops for last because the crops will be very easy. Sheep shearing. Oh, that's not. Hold up. That was the wrong thing. And now they're all running away. So we will stop and try that again. I pushed the wrong button. Come on. Gotcha. This one's primarily annoying because the sheep will like run away from you. Oop, just like that. Well, it is funny because I think George grew up doing farm work. Oh, it's only 3. How lovely. The problem is the bulls. Go on, get. That's not getting. Go ahead. Okay, I think we're good. We don't need to worry about the bulls for now. Yep, so he's in the crossing for a number of reasons. Oh, and now it's gonna do the drop pitchfork thing. Great. This is the bug that happens with the shoveling manure. I'm gonna have to run back every single time I pick it up and then drop it off, because it's gonna drop the pitchfork right out of my hands. Ta-da! And George would have left for the crossing from outside of Belfast, simply because out that way, you're either a farmer or you're a shipbuilder or you're a policeman. Only they don't need all that many policemen there. So he's coming out here to kind of see if he can make his fortune in other ways. And in my head, he's going to wind up in police anyway, but that's okay. I kind of want that for him. Law is a really interesting role that is remarkably final in comparison to others. You have the power to like end stories in a way that a lot of the other roles in here do not. Like medical's whole purpose a lot of times is trying to help people continue their stories. Ranger is very much the same thing. Transit are just like, we're getting people from one place to another, and it's fun. We're gonna do it. Law, however, is like, we're gonna do this thing, and then, you know, it's very reactive. It's a lot of we're gonna kill time until something goes on the server, and then we're gonna respond to it. And then after we hopefully catch whoever it is, we're gonna write down witness statements and do all the paperwork necessary in order to charge the person if we catch them. And if we don't catch them, we're gonna do all the paperwork and hopefully start building a case for when we do catch them. I think it'd be interesting if I do get a character to do that, because it gives me something to do sometimes. Especially if I can play earlier in the day and like clock in and be around. Yeah, I think all of the government branches do a lot of paperwork, to be honest with you. The only one that maybe doesn't is transit. This will be good. I think by the time we finish this, we'll be close to $200. So I can maybe get a $150 horse. Sure. How are the rest of you out in viewer land? Hanging out? Having a good time? Making jokes among yourself about how George keeps dropping the pitchfork? one, and it's not on the roof. Okay. Oh, there it is. Sometimes the manure appears up on the roof. And then you have to kind of just aim for, or sometimes it'll go through the bottom of the wheelbarrow. Which is a strange thing. Six more, we can do it. I need to figure out what my Telegram number is anyway. Chatting with one of the people that I enjoy role-playing with. She goes by Thistlebrook on the server and plays Runa and Alora. The other day, it was she who found Abdul near Strawberry after he had gone down. This was amusing to me, especially because he and Runa have been flirting back and forth, had decided to like pursue some kind of a relationship. Runa's a little bit psycho and it's wonderful. It's kind of goofy to have a super neutral person and really not in a relationship. But her other character was who found Abdul. So I guess she had just switched to play Alora, who is a hunter outside Strawberry, and she was wandering around Monta's Rest, and she just happened to see my horse and came over and rescued me, and it was great. It was before I had really like done much interacting with her, so it was just so funny that I then found her on the Discord and was like, how is it so perfect that you of all people, even on an alt, is the person that came and found my character? Like, you're not even a ranger, you just found him. Last one. I'm so excited. We're getting close to the end. If he does go criminal route, it'll make sense because he's Northern Irish. At this point, there's no big separation between the two countries, the Republic of Ireland or Northern Ireland as part of the UK still. They're just kind of one and the same thing, even though they do kind of have their problems with one another at this time in history. It's a little bit different is all I'm saying, I guess. So if he ever did criminal kind of stuff, it would kind of make sense that he wouldn't think of moonshining as criminal activity. It's just making alcohol. What's so wrong with it? We are at 201. We're gonna go think about a horse. I might do an Ardennes because it's a beefy. I could do a Breton. Which is also kind of beefy. Maybe the piebald Tobiano Hungarian. Because Hungarian's a pretty tall horse. You sure did. Yeah, I think I want to do this one. We just gotta name it. I kind of want to do QQ Lane, but I need to remember how to spell it properly. QQ Lane is like a he's an Irish warrior hero and demigod. Yeah, I spelled that right. Oh, he's got like big spots. Cool. And his face is a little brown. Because of his name. Is that dreads? It is weird. We're gonna go with this. And maybe this one. Where it's like a little bit brown in there. I like 16. That's probably, yeah, that's what I'm gonna go with. It's either a long tail or a short tail. Yeah, we'll do that one. Shorter tail. And then we do the saddle. That seems fine. Question is, what saddle horn? And we'll just do that one. A lot of these are all the same. But that's not. That's pretty different. Sure, we'll do that. And then I think that one maybe 5 was good. We'll go ahead and do that. Mark him as the horse. And we have $91 still. We still need some bandages. Ooh, it's more. We're gonna do the 110.
Howdy.
Hey. How are you?
I'm alright, how you doing?
Just fine.
Yeah, doing some ranch work.
Hi.
Very
I am.
nice. You live here at Emerald, or you just come here to work?
Very new here to the crossing.
Oh, how long you been here?
Not long.
Oh, welcome to the crossing.
Walked over from Valentine Way.
Oh, you walked here?
Aye.
Oh, shit. You don't have a horse?
I do now.
Oh, that's good. That's good. I'm just doing a little patrol, just walking around, checking on people, making sure everything's alright.
Very good. I've not seen much here.
Yeah, usually there's not too much going on here. Be careful out by the station though, sometimes people like to rob people there.
Aye, sounds good.
Alrighty. I'll let you get back to your work, just wanted to come say hi.
Well, hello and goodbye.
Alrighty. Take care.
Crops, cows, chickens. We're gonna do chickens. It's gonna take me a minute to actually like get into the accent and feel normal about it. Multiple goats. Hello, goat. It's running from me. White goat, come here. I will hold the door for you, white goat. Or just for all the chickens. Why didn't it work? Just gotta figure out how to do that accent well. Hello there. Or hiya. That's not a bad one. Hiya. How are you? Just make it all very specific. How are you? Good to meet you. Might have been nice to actually introduce ourselves to the lawman. But he didn't seem overly interested. He's a little bit busy. Huh. Come on, chickens. Ooh, all three of you. Sure. Somebody riding through. I think it's a wagon. So the Hungarian horses at least seem to be pretty tall from what I remember. Which is kind of ideal. There is a mule right there. That's what that is. And if he ever winds up on Guarma, he's absolutely riding a donkey, which will be really funny. Because he's a very big boy. Nope, it's just going to stick him with the greenhorn one. Okay. So, Nada. Nada? Nada? What else streamers have you watched? Because I know for me, there was 2 or 3 particular ones that, wound up kind of convincing me to apply in the first place, and you seem interested in applying. So, I will engage you and, have a good conversation, hopefully, out of it. Or do you just like the idea of a role-playing cowboy server? Which is just as valid, let me tell you. Only you catch, but no crims. Fair enough. So no Paxton Waggy, etc. I guess you want to more learn that, like, naturally. If you learn it at all. Because I know why ammo's here. If ammo is still lurking. Yeah, for sure. I played it a fair bit a while ago, back when I actually had an Xbox that I played stuff on. But the thing that I picked out very quickly is the Red Dead Online community, at least at the time, was just as toxic as the GTA 5 community, who would like headshot brand new players for no reason and shoot RPGs at their cars and stuff. So I stopped playing RDO pretty quickly simply because somebody stole a bunch of hunting stuff off of my my horse, and I got really annoyed because he took the pelts and stuff, turned them all in, got some money, and went to get a horse, and it made me upset. So I'm not really proud of this, but I went and got some dynamite and stuck it on the ground in front of where I knew he would come out with his brand new horse, and then climbed up on a building and shot the dynamite when he rode out because I was mad. And I uninstalled the game right after that and did not touch it for years. Actually, the only reason I even installed this was because of a couple streamers. Yeah, I don't like griefing. So I griefed the guy back and was like, cool, we're even, I'm done, because this is stupid. I'm not continuing in this. And I don't know whether the guy ever agreed or not, but I wasn't around for him to harass. So it was fine. I vastly prefer the feel of Wild, simply because everybody that's here kind of has bought into a certain level about the roleplay. Which is amazing. So husband plays GTA RP. Yeah, 100%. Dude, most of my experience actually comes from tabletop RPG. Yeah, no, it's so cool. My stream from yesterday, my friend Runa, well, Abdul's friend Runa, took him up into the Grizzlies, and we hung out on a mountaintop, just like looking around at stuff, and We watched the sun come up. It was great. Yeah, actually, a lot of my experience with RDO, or a lot of my experience with roleplay stuff, like for long-term characters, is actually all tabletop role-playing based. Oof. 10 in a row. Yikes. That seems harsh. Well, we are doing just a few more rounds of chores. Before we go back into town with the horse. Did I shouted out Clenchy, right? I said thank you, Clenchy. I do know Ammo is here. Ammo is here because there is another streamer on here named Hex Steph, who plays a character named Ivy Brightwell? I think it's Brightwell. And Hex has been playing this for like 4 months or so. But she never really like locked in with an RP group as far as I'm aware. Like she didn't join a gang. She just kind of was running around doing stuff. But she's got a really vibrant community. Like I was watching the other day. She had like 100 and some people watching her play, which was cool. But at some point before that, she'd had a run-in with a character that a bunch of us knew. A guy named Pavel Boris, Russian character. And Pavel has some enemies up north. Some people who were nice to her and invited her to come hang out up there. And because she went up there, Pavel started treating her kind of like an enemy, and at one point stabbed her. Like she wasn't listening to him trying to warn her that they were bad people, so he lost his temper and just like stabbed her with a knife. And she recorded that and put it out as a TikTok. And one of my friends saw it come across her For You page and sent it to me and was like, oh my gosh, Wild is even she's one of my mods actually. She's like, Wild is even showing up in my For You page. Like I can't get away from it. And I was like, oh, that's so cool. I know Pavel. And then I realized that like we had interacted with that character the next day in Armadillo, which was before I'd like really gotten to know Hades at all. So I was there with a couple people and we were chatting about something, but I was kind of more following Pavel at the time. And Pavel has basically like alienated most of the people that ran with him. So it was cool the other day to have Hex's character show up Because I had a moment partway along where I was like, "Oh, you were that girl that Pavel stabbed that time," and then he was yelling at you on the Armadillo train tracks. Like I remember seeing that. I'm so sorry for that. He doesn't speak for everybody. He's not my leader. I think he's a little bit off his rocker at the moment. But she wound up hanging out with my crew like all of that day. We taught her a bunch of stuff. And Ammo, I guess, watched the video on demand. And obviously my character was there. And there's a point halfway through it when I realized, because Hex Steph started following me like at the beginning of it when she actually bumped into me. She started following me at that point. And I was like, oh, hey, thanks, Hex Steph. And I didn't realize who she was because my focus is on the game in front of me, the people I'm role-playing with, and then my chat. Basically in that order. And then I have another monitor kind of open to the side that just has Discord open and my TeamSpeak client just in case it crashes so I can like pay attention to stuff. But I leave the WildRP tag open on Twitch periodically so that I can just kind of like look in and see who's streaming, just like to get an idea of how many people are actually watching us play. And on one of those days, I realized I was in one square at a table talking, and there was another person that was also there that was in another square streaming, sitting at the same table. And I was like, wait, what? Somebody in here is streaming and it's not Tanixian? And then I realized it was Hex Steph, and I got real excited. Because by that point I had realized she was the same girl that Pavel had stabbed. I realized that like really early on. But Ammo, I guess, was watching the VOD and saw my character Abdul in there and was like, oh, let me go follow Moody. I'm very appreciative. I love when people decide they're gonna support other people within the community, and it's like we've all got our favorite streamers for sure. I have certain people that I love watching, and I will default to watching. But if people are playing Wild, and especially if I've met them before, have seen them, etc., I'll go show them love, and I'll watch them, and I'll chat in their chat because I appreciate it. You haven't really seen all that much yet, Ammo. And I'm gonna feel bad too for Nada because when I do play Abdul, I'm not sure that you'll want to watch his gameplay all that much. Not that Abdul is a criminal, but Abdul is criminal adjacent. He kind of rides the line of law follower and rule breaker, so to speak. He's not himself a criminal. He doesn't have a good track record with law because of where he's come from. So he's not real interested in listening to the rules that they make. And he does want to make money. So if he can figure out non-violent ways to do that, legal or illegal, he will do them. But he is a fun character to play. One of the really neat benefits of that character is he knows a lot of people in the crossing. It's kind of his shtick to like meet people and try to make connections and oh, are you looking for a sharpshooter or somebody who can teach you how to open dials better or whatever? Like, I know how to do I know people that can do those things. I know how to do things. I don't need to be shown how to do things. I can show you how to do things. I can explain how the world works in ways that are not character breaking or story immersion smashing. Yeah. Sure. I mean, you. On the other hand, though, Nada, to like counter that, I'm sure you've run into the concept of meta knowledge being a tabletop player, like where you as a player know that certain things work a certain way, or like certain monsters can't be damaged as well with certain things. It's very similar a lot of the time, I think. Because I know all kinds of stuff about certain people, and I've never met certain people, but I know why they're around, and so I am able to kind of like treat it like meta knowledge of like my character has no idea who this person is. So when I actually meet them in the world, I get real excited, because I can sort of like realize who it is and be like, oh yeah, awesome. I know so much stuff about you. I appreciate the work that you've done, but all of that, it's like outside of character. I still have not run into Tommy Middleditch yet in character, but Tommy Middleditch is a large portion of why I wanted to play Wild. And he was supposed to play a doctor doing a surgery on one of my other characters really early on. It was actually like my very first. You just want to know about mechanics? Yeah, dude. Mechanics are so interesting. And there's bits and pieces of them that like you won't learn until you play sometimes. But there's some stuff that's pretty straightforward. Like whether you play a criminal or a civilian or whatever, like there are all kinds of people around who are willing to help you learn. Because a lot of the really neat thing about the community is like we want to help people tell stories. Whether it's our own story that happens alongside other people's, or like me, you're specifically kind of trying to help other people tell their stories. Just kind of depends. But there's a bunch of little nitpicky things that you just kind of won't learn until you actually do apply and get accepted and can get in. But which I really hope you do. Like, it's a great environment with a lot of really cool people. I need to go to Emerald because I need to actually get... I didn't need that. Oh yeah, it's a big horse. Amazing. That's what we wanted. We wanted a big horse. Dude, same. Middleditch is the reason I discovered Wild. And Middleditch is great. The weekend that I discovered him, I started watching. He was playing a deputy named Scrump Toggins at the time. Scrump has since permed. The weekend that I started watching him, there was a funeral for a deputy. EJ759. All right. That's actually not that difficult to remember, hopefully. I'm still going to write it down somewhere. So the first weekend that I watched Scrump play, he went to a funeral and had to leave early, and raided the person who was kind of doing the funeral, and she was doing great until they got to a point where they were trying to use dynamite in a boat to kind of do like a Viking style funeral. And they blew up the dynamite, and it blew up the boat, but they weren't able to push the boat far out enough. So there were 2 people that got injured in the blast. And this was a law funeral, so there's a bunch of deputies all here. Benny, who was the deceased, and his fiance, I believe was Cleo, or maybe Clem. I don't remember. I never met her because when the dynamite went off, she was too close to the blast, and she decided that was a good time to perma her character. So the other guy that was there with her, like, is yelling about how his dress uniform is ruined, and they're like, "Yeah, but Deputy Clem is dead." Like, we don't know what to do with this. And it was super interesting. I had to jump around between streamers to actually find somebody else that was at the funeral so that I could figure out what happened, because the dynamite blew up and the character immediately stopped streaming. So it was just a thing blew up and it all went black, and we were like, what happened? So I had to find the WildRP tag and figure out if somebody else was at the funeral too, and got there just in time to discover that the person had decided to perma her character, and they were then in mourning for 2 deputies, not just the one. And the streamer that I had jumped to, that I started following, is this gal named Scarlet Rose, out of the UK. She's great. She plays a deputy on here named Zoe Winters, as well as a couple other characters, one of whom I have had the great pleasure of running into a few times on Abdul. And they had a shootout the next day with a bunch of criminals, and one of the law got shot and also decided to perma his character. So it was a rough weekend in the law family. But it was so, like, so important feeling that it, like, seized me and wouldn't really let go. It was like a huge deal where people are suddenly, like, dying. It was super interesting. We're still only at 41. My gosh. This is going to be an empty night. I feel like I'm swaying a bit. Does it seem like my character is swaying? Yeah, it was amazing. It was like it was impossible to put down. I've had multiple nights where I'm just watching something and something starts happening and I'm like, "Oh no. It's 2 a.m. and I need to go to bed." And I don't feel like I can go to bed because this thing is in the middle of whatever is happening. This is not good. We're now in the doctor's office using bandages. Yeah, it felt like the camera was swaying a little bit strangely when I was on the horse. We're gonna go in here. Got a stew. Wow, there's a lot of people in here, and none of them are real people, I don't think. We're gonna get a stew. We're gonna eat the stew. We're gonna get another stew, which we are not gonna eat. Because I need to go in here and get a new outfit. Which is actually mostly just going to be me copying the outfit that I have on currently and changing a bunch of the colors. Yeah, we'll go with that one, I guess. Let's button up the shirt, though. It definitely looks yellowish, but it's... You can have a bunch. I don't know the maximum number. Abdul has like 8, and there's still a bunch more. Something interesting that is coming is there's a update coming down the pipeline before too long that we know about, which is supposed to bring in a bunch of changes mostly just brings in a lot of emotes and a bunch of hair and clothing options, which is really cool. We're gonna do a different close coat. Yeah, that's fine. And then we don't want that open coat. So there's going to be a whole bunch of new clothing options and color options and stuff for a whole variety of things. It'll be great. Actually, I don't want that one. There's some really fun clothing options in here. Half of the fun of characters is like, is this something that I think they would wear? And if not, why? Nope, can't do that one. Oh, is that? Nope, just kidding. Sometimes I think out loud a little bit to myself. That's an interesting coat. Especially if he's going to be law. Pant style. Hmm. I might just leave the boots the same. What even is the eyewear? I don't want eyewear. Neckwear is a bandana, which can go on the face. It's like a full face thing. Sure thing. Let's see. We want a knife and a cleaver. And we want some kind of a rifle. I want to get a Schofield at some point. Should probably get a varmint rifle, actually. Lancaster's 350. We're gonna do carbine and 8 handgun ammo. 50 plus 7 is 57. Plus 12. The other important things we want.
Hello, you handsome man. I can help you really relax.
Awkward. We want 10 bandages and a medical bag. That's just good to have.
Morning, friend. Morning, friend.
Alright. I'm going to relog, which basically just means going out to the main thing. Yep. Yeah, there doesn't seem to be too many of us on at the moment. Yeah, I'm gonna be right back. I'm not gonna end the stream. I'm just gonna relog and go to my BRB screen. But thanks guys for hanging out. I will be back shortly. I just need to go do a thing and just kind of feel out whether other people are going to be on this evening. Thank you, friends. friends, we're back. It is highly likely we shall not see anyone particularly. Because we're still floating. We're at 39 now. Like, that's fewer people than before. We're gonna make shine. Which requires sugar cubes. 100 of them. Alright, we are back on Abdul. On Abdul. Who is basically just making some stuff at the moment. Hello, my friend.
Howdy.
What brings you into thieves on this fine day?
Checking the board.
Not much of anything there, I'm afraid.
Unfortunately not.
Seems to be a quiet day about.
Yeah. It is, unfortunately, but, you know, the work continues for those of us that are around.
Indeed, indeed. That it does. What manner of work are you in, my friend? I assume the type of work that brings you to thieves, but...
Yeah. I live in Van Horn.
Ah, I see, I see.
I ride with the Dead End Gang.
You ride with them, or you know them?
I ride with them.
Yeah, very good, very good. I have only met a few of their folk, but you fellows seem good is the wrong word, but certainly good at what you do.
Yeah. I mean, I guess the newest addition.
Oh, very good.
I wasn't, I didn't exactly ride with him when Wallaby was still alive, but I did work with them here and there.
Certainly, certainly.
But, most of my people are in prison right now, so I'm just trying to
We
keep
had
things
heard,
going.
yes.
What's
Well,
your name?
My name is Abdul-Qadir. My friends call me Abdul or the Egyptian. I know Squeaky Pete, and I've heard of a few of your other gang members, though I have never really had the opportunity to meet them aside from, well, I met Zip Quill very briefly once. But I'm in resources. I work with a company called Flatneck Trading Company out of, well, Flatneck Station. But we are buy and sell weapons, various things you might pull out of a bank, some of the things you might need to get into the bank in the first place, things of that nature. Stuff that you may not be bothered to want to get on your own, but...
Yeah, fair enough. What about, I was thinking maybe running some shine, if anything. You, happen to sell any mash?
I do, yes. I do.
What's your prices?
Well, it depends on whether you want a full crate or just a smaller amount.
Let's start with, I don't know, 10. How much would that go for?
For 10, my thought would be probably... $80 perhaps. I'm just trying to do the math in my head of sugar versus labor, etc.
Yeah. Alright. Well, how about... You got 20 available?
Not on me, but I could get it given a little bit of time.
How much time you think? Or do you have to go
Depends on-
make it?
I would have to go make it, yes.
Oh, well, if you gotta go make it, I'll just go make it myself. I was hoping to...
Sure. We have done entire crates full, given 1 or 2 days notice. Our prices are, I believe, 700 for a full crate for the first 2, and then by that point we would consider you a repeat customer, and it is 650. So,
I see. I'll keep that in mind.
sure.
Well, why don't I give you my telegram and you can reach out to me
Sounds very good, my friend.
with the prices and everything, and I can run it by the rest of my people, see if maybe we can do some business.
Of course. And Squeaky Pete at least is aware of us. He, I believe, has a list from the Saints Crossing Sheriff's Department auction some weeks ago, just of items that had been sold and who bought them.
Yeah, I know Peter Rothwell about most of them. I do business with him.
Yes, I've 20 of 25 or so. And your name, sir?
Barton Fields.
Barton, I know of you. Very good, and I can take your telegram number whenever.
Alright. It's HS053. Horse shit 053.
Very good. I shall send you a telegram here in the next half hour or so. Depends on when I get down to Blackwater.
Alright, sounds good. I'll talk to you soon.
Of course. Nice to meet you, my friend.
Yep, you as well. Take care.
Be well. I actually probably have 15-ish. I think. Barton Fields. Yeah, sure thing, Nada. You can hang out if you want. There's nothing really going on. We're just hanging, doing some work. Wow, that's not what I meant to do. The interesting thing about this is because most people are paying attention. There's like 3 of us currently actually streaming. Oh, not even 3. There's 2. Because as far as I can tell, the others are all not on Wild. Shame that one of them's Hooper. I should go see if I can get the cougar. Wow, look at all the feathers. I'm gonna go sell them all. At this point, it's like if you see somebody, figure out who they are, because there's only 38 people on. This is where I wish I was medical or a ranger, because I'm sure they've got stuff they could do. Or this is where I go, hey, Runo, let's pop a bank. There's not all that many people around. It's a secret. We can do it. What's that say? Fowler & Co. Abattoir. So rolled cigarettes to tumbleweed. That's easy. And cheap. We're gonna do it. I need 5 item labels, because I'm gonna try this. Nope, can't sell that here. Well, let's find out what that'll sell for. If it'll sell for anything. There's Mr. Hooper. I forgot I was going to try and sell that and see what it would sell for, if it would sell. Nope, it does not sell. Okay. Cool. So this is the wild thing, where if you can coordinate between a certain number of people. Hello there, deputy. Sorry, senior deputy.
Yep. How's it going, Abdul the Magician? How's your gun running network going?
Oh, it is fine, it is fine. Casually like, I know what you're up to. That's hilarious. That's right, I need to put in Barton. Hold up. That 5 times 4 is 20. Yeah, so 40. $17. And then a little over 50, like 15 and a half. You seem a bit bored.
I'm pissed. Go
Are
back
you?
and sell your guns at Thieves Landing. I don't got time for your bullshit.
Interesting. Now I'm really curious what Hooper thinks he knows. Man, now I want to know what Hooper knows. Or thinks he knows. I've said that already, but still. Hello. We're having a weird day. There's a update that was pushed by Rockstar in the past, sometime in the past like 12 hours-ish, which made it so that only copies of the game through the Rockstar launcher would work, not Steam game. So where normally there would be 120 to 140 people, there are 40 total. Yeah, very strange. There's only, I mean, there's 40 people total, which means we're spread all over the place. I had,
Well, whatever.
I've already interacted with a senior deputy that I've, like, seen, that I've never actually chatted with. I've, like, chatted with him twice already. And for some reason, he thinks we're a gun runner. Which is interesting. He's technically not wrong, but Abdul is not the one that runs the guns. Abdul is a perfectly legitimate businessman. Whatever do you mean? What side hustle? I don't do anything illegal. I don't even handle illegal goods. With the exception of maybe shine. But I mostly deal in the mash. I don't deal in the shine. I don't sell the shine to anybody. I might deliver it for people, but that's different. This horse looks so sad. Yeah, basically. But even then, I don't even know that I do that much. I'll tell people whether the bank's been robbed. Can I? Nope. You cannot label. That's too bad. Well, we'll just put those in there. I mean, even realistically, there's nothing in this that's illegal. And in my wagon, that's got some illegal stuff in it, but again, it's mash. That's not illegal. I don't know what he's talking about. I'm a perfectly legitimate businessman. nothing illegal at all. I felt like I could hear some like growling every once in a while, but I don't really think so now. Like something breathing. hope the goat's not in the room with us. Time to see if the cougar is, though. We're going cinematic. Hello. It is a quiet night. Yeah, and I was clicked out of the thing, so I was trying to speed up and it wasn't listening to me. No, there's a bug right now. So if things were going properly, at the moment, So there should be like 120 people on, maybe more. There are currently 40. There's an authentication bug that's popped up for everybody not using the Rockstar launcher. Which has forced like 2/3 of the players to not be able to do anything. I need to check that. I think I have Amorite, not Fluorite, but... I mean, I've been on 4 hours. I've gotten one telegram from somebody in that amount of time, and that was at 3:50. There's nobody else. Yeah, it's very weird. So things are pretty empty. Oh. Why is he puking his guts out? I appreciate you being here. Also, what show are you gonna go to? That was a dog. What in the world? What are y'all typing in my chat? Was it a cat? Oop. That's funny. Do I have fluoride or amorite? I don't remember. I need to go look. Actually, I don't need you. Why is he throwing up? Am I gonna get stuck in the office tomorrow? For the random people listening. Food poisoning. Oh, gross. Alright. What did he eat? Maybe I can eat it tomorrow and then stay home.
Morning, sir.
I'm kidding, Mythical Ginger. I need to figure out what the amylite is good for. Weird. Maybe he's allergic to something? fluorite. Who knows? Yeah, you don't care. You're like, whatever. Cinematic camera. I'm not really planning on getting anybody sick. I just wish my friends were able to play Wild right now. Poor guy.
Fine, just fine. That's basically what it is. He's just a random dude there. Scarlet Fever.
I need the cougar to be there because I need to shoot it in the head. You're just zoning out. The nice thing about the cinematic camera is it breaks up the audio. So it's not quite so loud or quite so soft or whatever. And there's a horse over there. Because there's somebody feeding chickens. Please let it be here. Yay. Hey, Glitchy McWhiskerface. Oh, that's no bueno. Can I get over there? Yes. Oh. Cougar's going that way. This is a dumb idea. Such a dumb idea. Ooh, I got it. Let's go. Taking the cougar pelt and the wolf pelts. Oops. I saw it running around a bunch because it started here by the crates and then ran out toward that rock where I killed it. So I was kind of following its progress. That one's not gonna butcher then. And I guess this one probably also won't. It's disappointing. I tried. Back to Armadillo we go. Steering away from the chickens just in case. Oh no, he's not doing chickens now. Cinematic camera. Oh boy. Hey, there's 53 people on now. That's a step in the right direction. 13 more than when we looked before.
Wish whiskey grew on trees.
Whiskey. Depending on the kind of whiskey, I imagine it might grow on trees. This seems like a good day to maybe try and break into the sheriff's department. But I'm also not really sure I want to do that. Because that's maybe pushing things a little far. Especially if Hooper already thinks we do gun running. Honestly, just to see if we can do it. This is probably Runa's influence on Cam. Or Abdul, I guess. It's like they usually leave it locked. But this would be a funny day to, like, actively try and break in. But it would just depend on whether you can break the windows. Because I imagine the door is locked. Yeah. Nope, that's got bars. And so does that. And yeah, those are all too small. You cannot break into this one. I know you can break into the strawberry one. There's definitely a window you can smash there. We are actively working to rebuild our money. Ooh, rent might be due. Well, it seems like Cass is coming. By Cass, I mean Cassie. I mean Hades. Now I want to see if I can get the panther. If it's here. Thanks, horse. I hear it. At least I think I do. This is such a dumb idea, but we're doing it anyway. Yeah, if my horse doesn't care, then he's definitely not here. Disappointing. whoever that was goes and sprints off to change clothes. Or hop on the roof. It's an interesting choice. Oh, we're fine. Cool. We are slowly restocking my money. Hello, my friend. It might be Soul. I've never seen her with her hair like that, though. She's standing too close. Yep, way too close. Oh, it's definitely Soul. She's got her shank and everything. I might get some money together and buy like 3 navies and a Lancaster and a Litchfield and just keep them in my wagon. Slap labels on them. That's actually exactly what I'm probably gonna do. Yes, Navy is a revolver. It's an old cap and ball style revolver. Lancaster is the in-universe name for the Winchester rifle, I believe. Designed in like the late 1860s, early 1870s. And then Litchfield is the name for the Henry rifle, which predates that by like a decade. So early 1860s, 1850s even.
You're ill prepared, Johan.
Oh look, it's Hooper again. Cold armadillo, milk, Blackwater, and Rathskeller. Sheesh. Cold rigs. So 2 of those are rifles, and the third one are pistols. Free gem cutting. That's nice. What is it called when you sleep way too long? Hypersomnia. Hypersomnia is definitely it. I'm looking for the the goofy technical term that we can use to basically explain good day, my friends.
Look at this guy.
Looking for the thing that we can explain as like a server-wide issue. It's like when everybody gets disconnected suddenly, everybody's had a bad headache all at the same time. Should be able to basically go straight there. And I know somnambulism is the, it's sleepwalking. Hypersomnia would make sense. wonder if that's an owl. Cannot from that angle. Interesting. I've never come at it from this angle before. You just have to be careful not to upset the bear. Moonshine, 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 moonshine. Gold and cats. Oof. I want a strawberry. Well, there's at least one ranger around. That's a good sign. Maybe two. And a bear. Keep going. Nope. Okay. Now I'm about to be kind of dumb. Now I wish I'd followed him. I don't know where he went. I was gonna skin him. But no. Not allowed. Yeah, that could have been bad though. It's part of the... There are fewer people running around than normal difficulty. Normally, Ranger Corps will go through and just, like, clear out animals. Like, a lot of the time. You always gotta be careful on that hill. $50 raw ammonite. I do not have 50. I have 40. Good lord. That's a lot of ammonite. Dang it. We're riding the grizzly trail. Look to see if we can find a nitro job. I don't think we'll be able to because... Maybe I could if I got up at 6 tomorrow. I'm about to start warning people that I'm coming down verbally when I go this way. I killed something. I don't know what. It's about to go over that waterfall, so I'm not looking for it. This one got really picked over earlier. Yep. They haven't... None of these have reset. That's the problem right now. It's not that there's no fun ones. Like there's a number of moonshine ones we could do with Hades once we find her. Because I do happen to know that she's now in game. She sent us a telegram a little bit earlier. But there aren't any nitro jobs, which is a bit of a problem. We need nitro to be able to make dynamite to be able to make money. Or to be able to rob a bank. But no, that it is actually true. There is not any fun jobs either. There's no blood jobs. Topspin, thank you for the follow. Welcome in.
I've been scratching the ground today.
This is like WildRP light today. What brings you to the channel, my friend? Is it maybe lack of other people streaming on Wild? It's almost the thing that I hope it is at the moment, actually. Other people aren't able to play. So... people who are able to play get more viewership. It doesn't seem to be the case, but it could be. Following some of the lucky folks in the server. Yay! I'm not lucky, it's worth it to me to pay 20 bucks to Rockstar instead of in addition to, I guess, the 20 that I paid to Steam before. So there are currently 51 people in. I think it's me and Hooper really streaming right now, right? Middle Ditch was maybe gonna do it, but oh no, I guess Magpie's in too. Ooh, and Tan. I was not expecting Tan to be on. Especially not after yesterday. Poor Tin Blackwood got his backside toasted by some dynamite. By Benji the Kid. Well, welcome in, Topspin. Happy to have a veteran just as happy as I am to have a newbie. I'm practically a newbie. I've only been playing in Wild for maybe around 2 months at this point. Man, nice. You playing or just watching? April 2nd for this character. Play Alvin. Cool. I don't think I've met Alvin. Here's the inevitable lightning storm. Are you alright, my friend?
Jesus Christ, fella. Guess that was kinda my fault more than it was yours. I need to take a seat.
Sure, sure. Oh, don't use the back door. Are you alright, my friend?
I definitely could be fucking better.
Hmm.
The storm. I was looking out into the sky, watching the lightning hit the ground.
Mm-hmm.
Then again, aren't you supposed to stay on the right side of the trail?
Is there a particular rule about that, my friend? I've never heard
That's
it.
just a rule that I try to live by. You don't have to give me anything.
Ah. No, it is fine. It is fine. Eat something. You will feel better.
I do appreciate it, fella. What's your name?
My name is Abdul-Qadir. My friends call me Abdul or the Egyptian, mostly.
Abdul or the Egyptian?
Yes, sir.
I'm assuming you're Egyptian?
Yes. Yes, indeed. Where the heck did that just go? Gross.
Oh! Feeling better already.
Well, good, good.
So what do you do around here, Abdul?
Here specifically, I tend to
No,
sell the
no,
bartender
no.
eggs.
Yeah, no, not here, just in the crossing in general. Seem like you're... Hold on, let me take a wild guess. We get a good look at you. You're a businessman of sorts.
You would be correct.
Maybe you buy and sell things. Maybe you just sell things. Now, if I had to take a wild
both,
guess,
Both?
you sell eggs.
Sometimes.
Where do you get these eggs? Do you produce them yourself?
No, my friend. I tend to find them out west. In the swampy areas near the part of the map that they call Thieves' Landing.
I've been out there a few times. Heard
There's a
a guy
camp. There's a camp near there that a panther frequents that sometimes also has goose eggs. But you were saying.
A panther has goose eggs? Why?
I'm not sure. It is a strange beast. Sometimes it is there, most times it is not.
Interesting. Buddy of mine got attacked by a panther. Out in a swampy area right outside of Saint Denis. Over by a very small church. Seems like it's made for midgets.
I have never heard of such a place.
You have to crouch down to get inside. You can barely stand up. Tell you one thing, it hurt my back.
I'm sure.
When I asked rather, if you produce them, I didn't mean you bend over and you shit out eggs. I just meant, do you run a ranch or something where you have chickens or something that produce it and you
my
grab it?
friend. No, I tend to scavenge for them.
I see. And is that the only thing you sell?
No, I sell other things as well. Often it depends on what you are looking for.
Enlighten me. I'm a man that's interested in many things.
Well, what line of work are you in, my friend? What is your name?
You can call me Rattlesnake.
Well, that is a interesting name.
It's my nickname.
How long have you been in the crossing, Mr. Rattlesnake?
First came here from Texas 10 months ago.
Okay, you've been.
After being here for a week or two, I had to go back to Texas, and I returned about 8 days ago.
I see.
So I've been here a long time, but I also haven't been here a long time. If that makes sense.
It does. I have met several people that are in a similar boat.
How about you?
I have been here about a month and a half. For about a month and a half.
Why'd you come here? Greener pastures? Did something else bring you here? Running away from something, maybe?
One of column A and one of column C, I would say.
Okay, well, obviously I'm gonna go down the line of questioning that's more interesting to me. What are you running away from? Your past? What may be your future?
I am sort of running away from a gang of Egyptians who realized they could pin certain activities on their innocent friend and then leave him holding the bag with all of the evidence. Law basically said we can execute you or you can leave.
Kick rocks and get out of here.
Exactly. They did not think I did it, but they could not prove that I had not. So, if you leave, you're not a problem anymore, and those supposed friends of yours cannot continue to do crimes and blame you, because you will not be here.
Sounds like you ran away from that because you really had no choice.
Yes, they forced me out. So, This could be
The crossing has a lot of opportunities,
two hands, two.
a lot of ways of making money. It's the main reason I'm here.
Yes, I have run into a few of them.
Oh yeah? Enlighten me, if you don't mind.
Well, buying things from some folks and selling to others is always good.
Are you actually buying them?
Sometimes.
Or are
Yes.
you taking them?
No, my friend. I buy them sometimes from people who take them, sometimes from people who buy them.
Show me your fucking badge, Abdul, now.
I do not have a badge, my friend.
Oh. Well, in that case, I'm no businessman. Probably can tell. Not dressed like one. I definitely don't sound like one.
No, you do not.
But, I take things.
Sure, sure.
I sell things. I do have somewhat of a code, though. I'm not a complete madman. I don't take from the good, hard-working folk. I'd rather take from the government that takes so much from us. Should be no reason, in my opinion, that somebody working an honest job, trying to make an honest living, an honest wage, and 9 times out of 10, those wages are unfair. They have to tax. They have to tax you for it. They tax you just for living.
I fully agree with you, my friend. It is the government, after all, who shoved me out of my home.
Yeah, I guess you'll find that Egypt, right? That's where you come from.
Indeed.
Yeah, I can imagine the government there is about the same as the government here,
This guy sounds familiar.
if not worse, or here is worse. They pay their own. There's a lot of nepotism.
Very true. I
they
would
pay
argue
their
it
own.
is. I would argue it is worse there because it is 1/3 Egyptian, 1/3 British, and 1/3 Ottoman Turk at this point.
Well, it's a mixed bag here as well.
Hmm.
A lot of interesting folk in the crossing.
That is very true. That is very true.
Everywhere you look, you'll find somebody different, somebody with a different story, somebody that looks different, from a different background, a different culture. It's one of the beauties of it.
I agree. I agree. Tell me, do you work alone? Do you work with others?
I have friends, if that's what you're asking. If you're asking if I ride with an outfit or I'm affiliated with anybody, no, I'm not.
Hmm.
It's just me, myself, and I. A 3-man band.
Very good. Well,
And you?
I work with a company called Flatneck Trading Company out of Flatneck Station.
Oh, so you know Mr. Huxley.
I do know Mr. Huxley, yes. And,
I met him
Mr.
yesterday.
Winston. He's a good fellow. A very good fellow.
Yeah, seems like he's got a good head on his shoulders. That's always a good thing when you're trying to run a business.
I agree, which is why he is the financier mind and I am the primarily social one.
Well, I can tell. Not saying that he isn't, but
Sure.
don't tell him I said this, but you seem more personable than him.
He is, he does have a particular way about him, yes. But, to some extent, I am also very concerned because I caused a man to fall off of his horse and I want to make sure he is alright. And, well, if a business connection can be made at the same time, why not?
Well, it was your fault.
I will not disagree.
Oh, come on, I'm pulling your leg. Like I already told you. I was looking at it, the lightning hit the ground. Weather is a very interesting thing. That bolt of energy, that bolt of lightning just comes out of the sky and hits the ground. If you're unlucky, it can zap you and you get turned into a burnt piece of toast.
Very true, very true.
Another interesting thing about lightning. It's not always getting directly hit by it. If it hits the ground, it can go through the ground and travel through the roots and then come up those roots and go right up your leg. Yeah?
That I had never heard.
You ever hear about a thing called a lightning circle?
No, I cannot say I have.
Well, if you're with a group of people, and you're trapped out in the middle of nowhere, and lightning is hitting close,
This is gonna just zap all through.
get in a
all
circle,
of you?
stand about 8 to 10 feet apart, You crouch down, cover your ears, and you put your heels together. Your heels, they have the most amount of rubber in your shoe. So if that lightning was to travel through the roots and try to come up your leg, there's a good chance that it will bounce off the rubber.
Makes a lot of sense.
I learned that at the orphanage. We had I think he called himself a ranger. Somebody who specialized, or an ex-ranger. Somebody who specialized in wildlife, wilderness survival, things of that nature.
Sure,
Taught
I
us
know
about
a
it.
few of those.
Yeah, I've met a few. A few of them saved my life. Kind of ironic, but I fell off my horse. Took a little bit of a dive.
Easy to
Everything
do,
went dark. You know, yes, it is. The wilderness is very unforgiving. And as much as I want to blame it on my horse, it's really the rider more than the horse, most of the time.
Unfortunately, yes.
Yeah. This is about 5-6 days ago now. I had a compound fracture for 2 days. I was walking around with a splint. Had to go get it checked out, and they said everything was good for those 2 days. I couldn't really ride my horse. They said that I might be able to, but it'd be best not to try it, so I didn't.
My friend, you are in good company.
Oh! And then what happened to you?
One of my horses decided to take a shortcut off a cliff.
One
With me
of?
still in the saddle.
Okay. Abdul, I see how you're riding around here.
My friend, saddlebags are a wonderful place to store things.
Yes,
And
they
it's
are.
most helpful when you have multiple horses with multiple saddlebags.
Yeah, yeah.
Especially if you cannot afford a wagon just yet.
I've heard that wagons are very expensive. I didn't even dare to go down to the wagon shop and see myself. Talk to the wagon master.
The cheaper
I heard
ones
6,000.
start about there, yes.
Yeah, I'm not completely broke, but I'm definitely not $6,000 rich.
No, and the people that are, I think, are the ones that routinely take from the government. So,
Yeah. Wouldn't say I routinely do it. Planning my first job as we speak. Oh, not as we speak, but it's in motion.
Sure.
I was supposed to be on one before I went back to Texas, but things happened. The job didn't go down. A few days later, I had to leave.
Of course. Situations change.
That they do. Life is full of surprises. Well, Mr. Abdul, what do you say I get your telegram? Just in case I have anything I want to sell to you.
Certainly, my friend. Whenever you are ready, I can give it.
Yeah, I have a decent memory. At the end of the day, the telegram station is only, 100 feet away, 50 feet away? I'll just go put you in right after.
I guess as long as neither of us falls off our horse on the way.
Let's try. I'm going to walk there, just to be safe.
It is QD Quick Draw 593.
QD 593. I got it.
Indeed, my friend.
Well, it was a pleasure. Unfortunately, we had to meet under these circumstances, but who knows, there's a good chance I might have never ran into you.
Very true, very true.
Or
And
if
then
I
where
did.
would we be?
Right, who knows? Thank you for the stew. Thank you for not just riding away on me and checking in, making sure I was okay, and
Oh, of course, my friend, of course.
more importantly, thank you for the conversation, sharing a little bit about yourself. Maybe we can get to know each other a bit more.
That sounds good, my friend. Be safe.
You as well. Good luck in your business adventures.
And you.
Thank you.
Because for some reason one of these didn't stick. That guy sounds super familiar. I'm pretty sure. Like, even with the. He sounds like somebody that I've heard. I just can't think of who. Whom? Whatever. We're gonna go to the Lemoyne one. There's the bull that I was slapping earlier on my other character. Now, of course, who knows if we'll find Cassie. Find Hades out here. Wherever she is. Come back here, you stupid horse. Dirty deeds done, dirt sheep. That's so stupid, but it's funny. I would apologize to the fox, but it's decent money. Well, it's just money, I guess. Yeah, if he'd kept running, I wouldn't have shot him. But there we go. There's a telegram. Maybe from that guy, though. I don't remember the guy's name. Rattlesnake. That's what he said it was. That's right. I wonder if he runs around with Panther. No, he wouldn't. That was too recent. He definitely sounded familiar to me, though. Not enough low end in the voice to be Hux. PZ349.
Where are we headed next? That way I can let Hades know we just did. She wants cobbler. So, Valentine? Okay. Hades. She wants cobbler. Yep.
Hades wants cobbler.
How come I haven't seen these before? Like, wouldn't this be a more common thing?
Well, we're gonna go towards Valentine then. Because that's apparently where they're going, and they said something about Hades. Worth a guess.
You ain't even worked up a sweat.
Hey, I earned my 5 minutes.
Here goes Rattlesnake. That's a big old gator. You know how I know, poet? It just sounded like Alex Terrible. To Smithfields in Valentine. Why not? Here's the question, though. Did you hear the new Falling in Reverse song that he's on? And if so, what did you think? Hey. Mr. Winston / Mr. Henry. How are you, Gerbils? Good to see you, sir. Yeah, there's a bug. You're probably trying to log in with Steam, right? CFX made some update that made it so that you can't authenticate properly, I guess. So I actually had to get a copy through Rockstar. Which, I mean, if it's going to happen again in the future, might as well have it. But now it's kind of making me wish I had just done that to begin with. Yeah, you can get away with just RDO through Rockstar. Because Red Dead Online, of course, is only $20. But yeah, no, right now this server has like, I'm gonna double check because it was 53 before. 47. We're back down. I would agree on the Falling in Reverse and Ronnie parts. Except then I learned that Luke Holland is playing for him now. Yeah, no life for a grind. Yeah, and then you just couldn't do anything, right? It's the worst. Hades, who finally was like, whatever, I'll buy it. Had been trying to get in since like 10 this morning, I think. But I will say, y'all in the Blue Dog gang are lucky you got off when you did. Because Benji last night at Shady Bell decided to go in and rob some folks and kidnap somebody instead. And brought him back with him. And, well, let's just say Benji's in Sisika now. Yeah, and then you can't even do anything with it, right? Nah, it was... To be honest, he made kind of a dumb choice. But... Yeah, basically, because Runa's sleeping in Thieves with Abdul. And I don't know what the heck happened to Scarecrow. Mr. Colt will be happy about that. Yeah, no, it's empty, and we still can't get nitro jobs. It's wild. Although I guess we'll see how long this CFX thing lasts, because Cassie may very well get up at like 6 a.m. tomorrow just to like run the boards and see if she can get one. Yeah, apparently. It's wild. I've gotten 2, and I've bought probably 2, and then I actually got one that I didn't keep, and I kind of wish I had, because it was for raw rubies and I didn't have a good way to actually get them. So now I'm about to hit up Lady Cutter and be like, hey, can I buy some raw rubies from you? I'll take like 7. That'd be nice. I'll keep them in this gem bag. In my wagon. Or maybe in my apartment. You will never know. I hope so, but I mean... Honestly, the best thing that would happen is if job boards, like, refreshed periodically. A little more frequently, anyway. Like, even if it's, like, people clear out an entire job board and then it comes back. I mean, yeah, and there is, like, a forced thing where, like, you can't rob banks except for every 4 days, anyway. And if they're about to... We're about to get this update and flood the server with people, then it kind of stands to reason they're going to want to keep it a little bit more rare. But I made contact with a different Dead End Gang member. And this guy wants to do MASH, maybe. So, that's exciting. One Mr. Barton Fields. I've seen him stream, actually. He's like the only guy in Van Horn right now that's actually in that gang. Except for maybe Pip. But I don't know if Pip actually rides with Dead End Gang. Or if it's just what Davey B does when Squeaky Pete is in prison. And it's just the people that he knows, so he runs with them. I did meet a guy just now named Rattlesnake whose voice sounded super freaking familiar. I got a question, Gerbils. I've been thinking about this. How long you been in the server? Has it been a while? Cool. I've been here since the beginning of April, like tail end of March, something like that. There's some good powerhouses of RP that we managed to get ourselves in with. Somebody heard Blue Dog talk yesterday, who has known a couple of his previous characters and was like, "Oh my gosh." Which is funny because I remember, like, Blue Dog came in really quickly after I did, I thought, and I had no point of reference for who he was. Which, I mean, Blue Dog is basically an unknown anyway, but. I mean, Mills is back around. Cheddar's in town. So is Kettleman. Although Kettleman has been in like once. Watch me have gone to the wrong place. DiCenzo's? Ooh. Oh, it's Valentine. Yeah, I'm here. Mr. Barton, HS053. Yep. There's some Italians. Because I had a guy come up to me in Armadillo and, like, ask if I was a Barletti or knew a Barletti or something. And I could hardly understand him because he was speaking with such a, like, I'm Italian kind of. I wonder where she's waiting out here. Oh, there's the horse. Well, Gerbils, you're gonna get an official invite to the. You're gonna get an official invite to the main character syndrome gang when we actually make one. Cecil, aka Rexy, and myself, and probably Snail Jam, who plays Deke, are all gonna be in that, and it's just gonna be like us all with competing stories. It'll be really funny. Just as like we're each the main character or something. Because I honestly kind of think of myself as a side character as well. Sounds very good, my friend.
Thank you.
It actually does genuinely sound really good. Where the heck is Hades? See, strawberry is one that you can break into very easily. Whether through one of the side windows or the back window or whatever. Oh, it's there too. I need to learn where she goes to hang out.
Is that straight?
I thought maybe that was fused, but now I don't know. It's like I'm here, but I don't know where you are. Hades. Hades, Walter Harbinger. Where you is? Man, I feel you. Enjoy. I want to like knock on the door, but I don't think I can.
Nice outfit.
We're wearing the same clothes. Hi, Abdul.
Are we?
Hmm?
We're wearing the same clothes? Or are you saying
No,
I'm wearing them?
yeah. We're
Well,
wearing
that's
the same
because
clothes.
someone was in the tailor.
Yeah, and I look great.
Hmm.
Look at me and tell me I don't.
I think you are looking at yourself in the mirror with rose-colored glasses. You are very red. Are you trying to be a bastard? No, you do
I
look good,
hate
however.
Hate you. How could you say that to me?
Which part?
All of it.
Because you are my big sister and it's my job.
The telegram station.
Of course. That fellow's quite good.
I didn't even hear him.
He doesn't play with the same soul that Deke does, but he's got maybe more chops, I suppose. He's very talented, very noodly, I guess. Is
Do
a
you
word?
have water on you?
Yes.
Howdy, Victor. We're just gonna leave? Wow.
Oh shit! I didn't even recognize you. Damn. Good on you.
What
How you doing?
does good on me mean?
It's a good outfit. Just like indistinguishable. Those are some of the best.
I forgot to turn in the oranges. I could have done that
All right.
so many times.
So two things. Here is pie and here is cobbler. Now you're gonna try both, and we're gonna talk about the differences.
Okay, which one first?
I'll be right back, Hades.
I leave it to your judgment.
I have terrible.
I have terrible judgment. I don't know about that. You're dating Wayne Castle. He's pretty great. Now me, Abdul, has terrible judgment. He's dating Runa Minette. I looked in my inventory and suddenly realized I had 20 oranges. I was like, I'm not supposed to have these. Actually, it was this guy talking to his friends that made me realize she was in probably still in Valentine.
Fair enough.
Abdul, come here.
Yes? Tasty.
Victor, this is my little brother Abdul.
Abdul, it's a pleasure
Hello,
to
my
meet you.
friend.
He is my
Abdul-Qadir.
baby
Yes.
little brother. He's just a little guy.
He's a little guy. All right. It's a pleasure to meet you, Abdul.
You as well, sir.
You have any family, Victor?
Just a
I do.
little guy.
I've got a sister.
What's her name?
So do I.
Victoria?
No, Jane.
Oh. seems like all siblings I've run across that are related have matching names.
I mean, you two don't have matching names.
Well, we're not related.
Well, you're siblings,
He
so
is
you're
adopted.
related. I mean, adoption doesn't, negate relation.
Yes, but I mean blood related, like my parents named them.
Oh, okay. Well, admittedly, my younger sister that my parents named, her name was Vivian, but she passed, and then my older brother was Alexander.
See, Victor and Vivian.
But Alexander, completely different.
Okay, but Victor and Vivian.
Yeah, okay, 2 out of 3, sure.
Yeah?
But if they had gone like Vincent, Victor, Vivian, that would have made sense. I'd have conceded. But because I've got one that is and isn't, I'm sorry.
But there's
I have to
always
disagree.
at least 2 matching.
Well, now you're changing the rules.
Yeah? Yeah, I can
Okay,
change them
fair
anytime I want.
Okay, fair enough.
To Victor's point, my sister's name is Halima.
There you are.
Which is nothing like my name.
You know, I can keep arguing and saying I'm right, but I know I'm really not, but it is fun to argue.
I understand that all too well.
Yeah.
All right, so now the pie. Are you ready? Totally different, but also very similar.
What did you make these with, my friend? Peaches?
Well, the cobbler was peach, the pie is apple.
Well, yes, then they would be completely different, wouldn't they?
But the fundamental principle, right, of this sweet, fruit filling with a doughy exterior, similar.
I suppose.
I too, like Hades, enjoy arguing for the sake of argument.
You know, there was this one time I ate nothing but apple-related foods for a month and I almost died. I don't think I've really liked well since then.
I'm so sorry. Had I known, I would have made any other pie.
That's fine.
Well, for future reference, I'll know to just make you cobbler.
Is there some reason that you turned it point facing yourself before you tried it? That seems a strange thing to have done.
You're a strange thing to have done.
No, this begs the question. How would you have eaten it? Would you have just tried to eat it center first?
Eat it from whichever side is closest to me.
Well, wouldn't you adjust it to properly make sure that it's the open-ended side that's closest to you?
Why would I do that?
Well, then you eat
Arguably,
the
you're meant to
seam
just
line.
cram it all into your mouth.
This is an
suppose at the
actual
end the
point
day,
of
that is the
contention.
goal, but you also have to worry about logistically.
In one bite.
You have to worry about logistically. If you don't do that, the whole one bite method, the filling gets everywhere. Especially if you eat it from a different corner.
In
If
World
one of
War
the seam
II,
lines, it'll pour right out the other side.
they had to coach American spies how to eat pie like Europeans.
I think
because
so.
they would turn it to face
I like to argue,
themselves.
and
This
I'm
is why
pretty
he's
good
my
at it.
themselves
favorite
up.
trained person.
I think it is. Why not just eat from where it is?
Because, as I said, you'll spill the
Abdul,
filling everywhere.
I'm going to
Becomes a
make
mess.
you a pie, and I want you to eat it from the middle, okay?
Well, but here's the thing too. Like,
I'm
if
gonna
it-
bake you a pie, give you a fork, and you're gonna eat it directly from the middle.
I assume you're speaking of slices in particular. Like, where would you start if it's not sliced?
In the
From
middle
the-
with a fork.
No, from the edge. Why would you start in the middle?
Exactly. Why not
Work-
start in the edge
Start in the middle.
to begin
work
with?
right out.
But if you do that, eventually you'll have a ring of just dough on the outside. You'll have eaten all the filling.
And that's the best part. Bread.
The dough? No. Oh my God.
Yes.
You've completely misunderstood the point of pie.
Yeah, but it's just as good.
To each their own. To each their own. I don't know what to tell you. To each their own.
You can keep arguing this point, but I also eat out of trash cans sometimes, so it's not going anywhere with me.
Well, don't do that. Just tell me when you're hungry. I will bring you food.
It's a choice, okay?
Okay, respect.
Don't trust any gifts she gives you, unless you
What
don't
the
care.
fuck?
Wow.
I give only the best gifts. Okay?
It's true, but many of them come from trash cans.
No, they don't.
What about
Name
the cigar
one.
you gave? The cigar that you gave to Quentin.
Okay, that's unrelated. That was funny.
I think that would be directly related.
That was one time.
Also the lantern that I keep on one of my horses.
That's a
two
lantern.
times.
That's different.
But fundamentally, he is right.
I mean,
So far.
fundamentally, yeah, but it's a lantern.
I'm
and
not
it
arguing.
worked. I found a gem cutter in the trash before, okay? I make a
I've
living
seen
off
one there
it.
as well.
I think you gave me a hatchet once as well. And that one I
Was
think
it a
also
cleaver
came
or a
out of the trash
hatchet?
can. No, it was a hatchet.
I don't remember
It's,
that. Probably.
It's currently buried in blade deep in a telephone pole outside of Armadillo. Telegram pole?
You lost it? You
Telegraph
lost the
pole.
gift I gave you?
That's so inconsiderate.
I still
Yeah.
have this one. And so do you.
Would you also like a cleaver, Victor?
No, I'm all right. Thank you.
Oh.
I tend to carry a hatchet around.
Hatchets aren't bad. I like
Yeah, they're
cleavers.
fine.
Well, cobbler or pie?
Probably.
That's the true question. I feel like the apples may have
Peach
swayed your
cobbler.
decision, but peach
Yes.
cobbler it is.
I don't
I would
like
also
apples.
I would also say peach cobbler, but that is because Bruno really likes peaches.
Well, that's good to know moving forward. I also gave Emerson cobbler, so you all
Emerson's
can
around?
discuss. He was. I'm
Where
not
is
sure
he?
where he is now. I think they left Valentine. He's with another young lady, Magpie.
Do you know where they went? I have something that belongs to him.
I don't.
think.
I don't know where they went, but you might telegram him and try to find him.
I have Scavenger Party Team 3. Jones, Maisie, Alex, Emerson, and Freddy.
Yes, I know what this is from. Okay. Is it just
I don't know
a
if he wants
page?
it, but no, it's multiple pages.
I don't know that he'd need it unless he really wanted to keep notes from an event that was weeks back.
It
But
could be
maybe.
a memento. I don't know.
I don't imagine Emerson has many mementos. He trips and falls a lot, so things probably scatter, and he loses things a lot. My poor little muddy buddy.
And then Hades finds them. What is your point?
Yeah.
Because I don't know that they always come back to him.
Where are you going now, Victor? What's your plan?
You know, admittedly, I didn't have too much of a plan. I think it might be a quiet night, so maybe I'll hunt for a bit and then call it a night. How about you? What's the night got in store for you?
Not committing crimes.
I
Hold on.
really
Let me
hope-
grab a best peach. Is this too red?
No, I think that looks really nice.
He said it was too red.
No, I think it's really, really nice.
I said the whole outfit was a little too red.
Well, your outfit is a little too dark then, sir. I'm sorry, I couldn't help but tease. No, I think it's very nice, and I'm glad that you are, please be honest, not going to do crime. I really hope that was true.
Yeah. I mean, I don't have anything planned.
Okay, well, also, even if something does start getting planned, just don't do the thing.
Don't do the thing.
That way we can have conversations like this, and I can give you cobbler, because if you're wanted, it really complicates things.
It's true, it becomes harder to find you.
I'm hardly ever wanted.
Good.
I don't think I've actually ever been wanted, aside from maybe once, and no one really cared because I still went into towns to talk to people.
Well, hopefully you stay unwanted.
Yeah.
And crimes continue not being planned.
That is a terrible way to wish someone unhappiness in their relationship.
What?
It's okay, I'm used to being unwanted.
No, I meant unwanted by the law, not other people. I think the context was very important and understood. I think now you're just being snide in your remarks, sir.
My friend, it is fun to tease you.
No, I know, it's very fair. Well, it's been an absolute pleasure, Hades, and a pleasure meeting you, Abdul. And I hope that. Okay, all right. Enough with the dramatic sulking. Come on now, you know what I meant.
Okay.
don't do that.
Okay. Now get out of here. Go. Go hunt the
I'm so
owls
sorry.
and
Yes,
the
absolutely.
cougars. Please don't get hurt this time, so I don't have to go find you.
Well, last time it wasn't even. The horse threw me off in the weirdest place.
Yeah, it's always the horse.
I've heard that before.
Was there a single predator around Hades?
I've also
Please.
said that before.
No, I don't think so.
Okay, that's what I thought.
But you weren't even the first person I found there that day.
I know. You told me you found like 1 or 2 others there.
Happens a lot. That's why I go through there.
That's why I avoid that place now. But I should probably start going through there to see if anyone else is there. That's a good call. Stay safe, you two.
Be well, my friend.
What an interesting fellow.
Indeed. Do you have a jacket to put over that vest?
I do.
Is it the same color?
No.
Oh,
Fingers.
good. See that? Now I like it.
Yes, I thought I was looking at a red coat and I was like, that is too much red. So I went.
Yes,
with,
then that really would
red
be a bastard
accents,
outfit, I suppose.
And then the kind of tannish color, that's the same as a feather.
Yes, indeed, I see. Very good.
I don't always dress like a delinquent.
But when I do...
I dress good.
What would you like to get up to, sister mine?
Cattail Valentine?
Sure.
Well, we could actually go to the board above Valentine. It's been a while since I checked it.
We could. Bruna has sadly been sleeping all day.
You remember yesterday how I told you if anyone comes up to you
Mm-hmm.
and asks if you know them, then...
Yes, I do.
Did I
Is
tell
that
you much
still a
more
thing?
aside from that?
That it was Darius and Froggy and...
Yes. So be careful
I don't remember
around
who
them.
else.
Apparently they're staying near Van Horn or something.
Oh,
That's where they were last.
well, I don't make it very far out that way, but... Noted. You said, Froggy and Darius and who are the others? There's a woman,
Hello,
right?
Kid Country and maybe Harlow.
That's right. That's what it was. Last night I learned just how good Minnie's shot is.
Say more.
She advertises herself as a sharpshooter, and she's very good. Is it the same too?
Yep.
Yes, indeed. Which means it'll be the same. 4? I think.
Well, no.
Mm.
Boards are strange. They don't always work in... The people coming by will only hang them up at certain ones, certain times.
True, true. I met a fellow named Barton from the Dead End Gang. Apparently he's quite new. He seemed nice. I also met another fellow named Rattlesnake who sounded vaguely familiar for some reason. Though he said he... Oh, what? He's been here in the crossing for 10-ish months, but he showed up and then had to go back to Texas and only recently got back. So he hasn't really been here that long at the same time. Also, Did you know there's a shipwreck up by Annisburg?
Yes, and there's some ancient writing on a rock near there.
I knew we were related. Pointed it out to Minnie, and she hadn't noticed it before.
You know what it says?
No, it looks Norse to me.
It's basically them saying that they landed there and that it was nice and the people were nice and then they left. Something along those lines, I think.
Interesting choice.
Mm-hmm.
I met Minnie's friend Benji last night. Benji the Kid.
Oh, that guy. Ooh.
Yeah, well, apparently he's back in Sistico. He tried to do something to Town Blackwood. You know the blind fellow?
Blind guy? What the fuck? Why did he do something to him?
I don't know. I haven't heard the story.
He's blind. What the fuck is...
I don't know. I mean, it's Benji. Who knows?
Yeah.
But it did happen to be nice that I was there because Blue Dog and his gang came up on them in Shady Bell, and I happened to be there and knew both and was able to sort of not broker peace exactly, but stop one of them from trying to run the other off the property. And they sort of
I was sitting at Emerald
peace.
last night, and a group of about 6 law ride up, right?
Mm-hmm.
I chit-chat with them, I say howdy, dangle doobie. Talk with them, and then, another group of 6 law ride up the tracks, and they all just kind of meet, and there were just so many of them sitting around chatting.
Hello, my friend. Ah, Mr. Fields, how are you? Hello?
Must be looking like real good.
Evidently. So I think that Hooper thinks that I smuggle or sell guns or something. Sort of, yes. He asked me how the gun running was going, and I misheard him and thought he said, "How are you?" And I said, well. And then later I saw him pacing about, and I asked him if he was alright, and he said, "No, I'm fucking angry." And, not sure why. He did say something about going back to he did say something about me going back to thieves, but I don't know. It was a strange interaction. I think I've only met the man twice, and once was today.
He's a very strange fellow.
Evidently. Oh.
There's strawberry, I know where I'm going.
Runa took me up through the Grizzlies yesterday to all of her favorite places.
Oh, you had a nice date? Okay.
We did. Very nice. I sat out on
I
top
hear
of a mountain
wedding
for a while.
bells.
Marriage is nothing but a piece of paper. To
Exactly.
quote someone close to me.
That's why it's easy.
Oh. You don't say. Probably will have to wait until she's not wanted.
Do you want it again?
Something to do
Swear,
with
I hear about her
Benji
going
yesterday.
to jail or getting arrested every other day or wanted.
Well, I mean, I want her, but that's different.
You're in love with a jailbird. How does it feel?
A bit exciting, but at the same time, I don't know. She's honestly very sweet.
Emerson! Emerson! Something for you.
Look at you.
Watch out, fools.
Yeah.
You look great. You look
Oh,
fancy.
my horse is going to trample. It's okay. This is yours. Found it.
Whoa, you found it. Wait, I want to
I
give you
found it.
something.
Okay.
You coming on this?
Yeah, I guess so.
There.
Bro, remember, no
Sugar cube.
No lollipopping. No lollipopping.
Where are we going, Tom?
I'm not lollipop.
Where are we going, Tom?
Hades,
Come
I'm
on.
pretty sure Backpass said that she'd beat your ass up the fat.
I don't want to fight, please.
Nah, I gotta do my job.
Where are you gonna go to do your job?
Well, we can't tell you that.
Hooper, we gotta get our fight today. Last read my match.
Listen, Fat CJ. CJ's beating you in a fight. If you can beat CJ, you can beat me.
CJ's not around. Come on, Hooper. Come on.
We really
Stables.
gotta
Stables.
We really gotta go. Stable.
Tom
Run that
Hooper,
back.
chess
Yeah.
match later.
Hello?
Please.
I'll find you.
Okay.
Oh, it's alright. It's fine.
What's lollipopping?
Dating a criminal.
Ah. Interesting.
Yep. Corn and a guitar.
You could give that to Pavel if you really wanted to. Whenever he gets out.
Yeah.
Both of them, in fact. I just had a funny idea.
What is
If we're ever in earshot of the law with either Runa with me or Wayne with you, we could always yell at one another, "No lollipopping!" Unless you don't think that's funny.
Stupid term.
I would agree.
It's fine.
I think maybe that's why it would be funny. Because it is a very stupid term.
Do I look like a official person in this outfit? Oh.
Not any more than I do. Why?
I think it's the hat. I see a lot of law ladies wear this kind of hat.
What if you took it off?
No, it's good to blend in.
Fair.
Besides, maybe I want to be a cadet, huh? You ever thought about maybe I want to be a lawman?
I think Wayne would have some choice words about that.
Yeah.
Why does he so dislike law?
It's an outlook a lot of outlaws have. Very curious. I mean, to me, it's nothing but a job. I told you that I used to do law work myself. Everyone's just doing what they got to get paid. And that's the truth of it all.
Very true.
As much as I don't like money, it makes the world go round.
Oh, I nearly ran into Shaki earlier today.
Oh, the bear?
Mm-hmm. I only
How'd that
didn't
go?
because I shot him with a rifle and he ran away.
Good job. You didn't die.
No, but I was hoping to maybe take his pelt to sell someone for a rug or something. Is that bad?
No. It's not bad.
Good.
It's the way of the world.
Listen, when you can look at an animal attack and see the amount of money that you can get if you survive, well...
You met Willard, right?
I did, yes.
Do you think he would be a good fit for Flatneck?
Honestly, I think he's too anxious.
That is true. He's very anxious.
He seems to constantly be afraid for his own life.
Well, within good reason. Froggy did threaten to cut off my head and put it on a fucking pike.
Well,
I imagine he doesn't have his kindest words towards Willard.
fair enough, fair enough. Why do you ask?
Well, he used to be a fence, back before Pavel sent him up to the fucking mountains to do information gathering.
Well, that's half the problem right there.
Which part of it?
Pavel telling people not to get involved with information and then sending others up into spaces to do just that.
And then, when the rude boys found out, they broke his ribs, dragged him,
Sure, sure.
cut him up.
Where is this hoggery?
I don't know. What the fuck? I don't even know what a hoggery is.
Well, I mean, I
It's up to Grizzlies.
assume it's where the pigs live. But that board has not changed since I woke up earlier today. Which I imagine means the thieves board has not either.
Here's to hoping.
It's just very interesting that I could go from saying hello briefly to Senior Deputy Hooper to him evidently knowing my name and thinking that he knows what I do.
Yeah. Cooper's a bit of a prick to people sometimes.
A bit of a what?
Prick, asshole, cunt.
Ah. I suppose it's a good thing that Mr. Blue Dog wants to kill him at some point then, is it?
I saved his life.
Hooper's?
I've actually,
Blue Dog?
yeah. No, not blue dogs. Hoopers.
I've saved
Hoopers.
Hangnail's life.
I gave them my horse to run away, so technically that saved my life. Jack, Dio, and them had shot Hooper and then dragged him through Armadillo, and they brought him up to Blackwater while I was there. Did what I could. Had my hands in his chest for a while.
Sure. Was it worth it?
No. I mean, he's a pleasant enough fellow, but he is an asshole.
I suppose more that way than he is ever pleasant.
Box.
Empty.
Box. Not from home.
Do you want to know what was in it?
What?
78 flowers, 1 vial of blood, 50 bullets, and
Alrighty then.
I think a cigarette.
This one.
Yes, one of the premium ones. I sold the feathers, kept the blood, smoked the cigarette, and plan to give Runa the bullets.
Congratulations.
On?
Giving her a gift?
I've given several by this point now. It's nice to be able to do so.
It is.
Now what?
Blackwater.
The land of disgusting liquid. A guy just fell out of that tree or something. Like it was just a bird, but. Is my outfit really that dark?
No.
Oh, okay.
I mean, you could, if you are looking to brighten up your outfit, so you could go with more brown tones. Like a tan or beige.
No, everyone wears those. See ya.
Well, keep doing what you're doing.
Guess I'll settle down one of these days.
Not likely, my friend. I think it would be funny if Hooper stopped me at some point and searched me. Found that every gun I carry I've purchased myself.
I don't think he'll go that far.
I don't think he would either, but then again, the first day I ever met Hooper, he was doing just that to Esteban. Esteban had a wagon, though.
Esteban runs moonshine.
And so do we.
Yes, but he was probably caught for that reason and then searched.
No, I think Hooper was just being a dick.
Abdul,
Yes?
do you want to go to Gorma today?
No, because Runa is not feeling well. I should like to go with her
That's what I'm
and you.
saying. $251. 30 lemons.
I have no idea how to do lemonade, so
I know how to make it. I'm an excellent cook. I just
you'd
hate
have to
doing
teach
it.
me. I would, at some point, like to go with her and you. And probably Wayne.
Okay. Making lemonade, it's a really crazy thing. Cut the lemon in half. Squeeze the juices into a glass, add sugar, stir. And mix with water.
What sort of glass?
Just a cup, pitcher, whatever you feel like. That simple. Abdul, it's your turn. Where are we going? What are we doing?
Whole lot of ugly business here.
The bank.
The bank. Huh? What? What do you want? I'm gonna eat these.
Oh, I don't know if you want to do that.
I will cherish these. I don't know why I said that. It was an interesting thought.
I imagine they taste slightly burnt.
Why would they taste... Oh, that's why. Where did you get these from? What happened to them?
Out of a fire.
What? What?
Back to it then.
Everett asked Violet if she wanted them. And she said, "Where did you get them?" And he said, "From Alice." And she said, "Fuck no, burn them."
Fuck! Go, go, go!
So he threw them into the fire at thieves. And I said, "Well, I'll take it." And he said, "You'll have to rescue them yourself." So I did. So they're slightly scorched.
Yep, they look slightly burnt. I'm gonna keep drawing these and eventually ride off a cliff because I'm not paying attention.
Probably.
Okay.
Or
that's
into
why I
me.
have you here.
No, you're going to drive right into a wagon, actually.
I think it's interesting how the Jack is a horse.
I didn't look at them.
I'm gonna get another police car. But I'll like Keep pulling our jacks. Oh, the queen is a ram.
Hmm.
Oh fuck, I dropped. I feel like a mess today. Well, the ace is also a horse.
All right.
These really seem to be animal centric. The king is a bull. Look at the roads. Are we racing there?
No. Minnie says the path along the beach is best if you're trying to not be spotted.
I don't care if I'm spotted.
Well, you might if you were carrying buffalo pelts or something. Sorry, elk pelts.
I ain't never been stopped for it before.
Nor have I. That was very close.
Yeah.
We're very fortunate.
I felt my life flash before my eyes and it was very sad.
Did it end well?
No.
Oh, 48 cigars? Blackwater and tumbleweed. Hmm. Someone out there wants a delivery of crates of cigars.
That seems like something you could do, alright?
Well, I don't know if I want to buy 48 cigars and a crate or a package. How many cigars can you stack in one place?
No more than 10, I believe.
I might try it, but... it's Blackwater and tumbleweed, so... I suppose it's not difficult.
Do they want it by a certain time?
No,
Or
just any old time.
know what I'm about to do?
What are you about to do?
I'm about to go get a metal detector and a shovel.
Hmm. Where are you going to look for things?
Out there in the fields. Right here.
Do you want company or what?
If you would like to come along, sure.
I've never seen it done.
I found a lockbox buried the other day, but it was empty, which somehow makes it feel worse than finding nothing at all.
You told me, I think.
Yes. Metal detector. Sorry.
No, you're fine.
Come on, hurry up. We got detecting to do. What are you thinking about, Abdul?
I'm not sure, because as soon as you asked, it all jumped out of my head. What are you thinking about?
Stuff and things.
Oh, now that's even more cheating than my response. At least mine was true.
Mine is very true. I'm thinking about stuff and things.
Any of it important?
I had received a telegram saying that Joey passed away.
Joey?
My brother, one of them.
Hmm. Sorry, I never met him.
He's a good person.
I think all of
Probably
your
the
brothers
best out
are,
of
with
all
the
of us.
exception of one.
Casper?
Hmm.
Yeah. On off the horse. On foot we go.
Very well.
You know the Wallaby kid's buried out here?
I did not.
Somewhere out here he's buried. Who?
She really can't see behind her when she's doing that. Well,
You see what I'm looking at?
oh. Now I do. What is that, a Springfield?
Looks like something with a bayonet.
Hmm. Is that a ranger tower?
Mm-hmm. So at least. I hear most of them are locked, and that is true.
That's no fun.
Very much. You know, I think the real treasure is the friends we find along the way.
What about the ones you lose? Because you're moving slightly too fast.
And then to that I say, keep up faster. Ooh, fox. Fox.
Indeed.
This one was still here. And it's still full of the same old stuff. Take a look at it. Howdy.
What's the treasure hunting letter?
So long since I read it. You can read it.
Nah, it's alright. It says it's sealed.
I think it was basically saying that they were going to be refilled once every month, but that's ages old.
Clearly is not happening.
Or they forgot about this one. You want to see what it looks like with the metal detector? So in case you ever go treasure hunting in the future, you'll see what it looks like when it activates. It'll do a blinking, but the closer you get, the more it'll blink. So the closer you go towards it, the blinks get more frequent and faster. And when you're over it, then it lights up white. It's best to do it at nighttime because you can't really see shit out of it during the day.
I suppose not, yeah. You stop trying to hand each other it at the same time.
It's okay. The detecting. This would be the perfect woods to hide something in.
I suppose so.
But nothing is to be here.
Oh. I know where we are.
All this proves to me is that treasure isn't real. Gross. Oh, back to our horses. It is far away. Run faster. Come on. High knees.
Sorry, I'd rather not break my leg again.
You won't break it. Probably. Horse.
Had enough of my attention.
And now where?
Boards again, I guess.
I suppose. I probably need to head towards.
We got nothing else to do.
I probably need to head towards thieves.
You wanna go to bed already?
Yeah, I have to be up. I have to be up early, as normal.
Ooh. Go to bed. Go. Go to thieves.
Very well.
Shoot. Have a good night, okay? Don't get hurt. Stay out of trouble. Be safe.
I'm gonna cuddle with
Brush
Runa.
your teeth.
I am sleepy.
These days, that's all.
Wanting to be headed to bed soon too, so I'm not up super duper late. Which will hopefully be the case. And the advantage of it right now is there's 3 people riding. So
I wonder how much of a profit this will actually be. $20 for a crate, and depending on... Well... We're gonna see how many cigars we can actually stack. Cool. Not all that many of them. So $24.80 is the total cost. So I'll be making like $80 a run. But God, it's annoying. Yeah, we're gonna go sleep in the hotel room. Because I'll do the other part of this tomorrow. Because I am tired. Which is good. I'll be able to actually go to sleep. Hopefully pretty quick. Alright, friends. I may be around tomorrow. I don't know yet. Depends on other things. In the meantime, have a great evening. Sleep well. Thanks for hanging, those of you who did.